Have your sports curiosity cured.
Up around off the boards, knocked down by Dorothy, who was playoffs. Played along the boards, and it's
Veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Payoff pitch. This one is hit high in deep right field. Acuna back at the track, turns at the wall. It's gone. Okamoto's got a date at the Chop House, and it's 2-2 in the top of the second.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
3.5 to go. Hurdle into the dot. Just says it's back for Hurdle. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. Then it's 5-4 Vegas with 3:24 to go.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul 680, Thursday, June the 4th. Man, have we been blessed. How lucky are we to have two great game ones in the NBA and the NHL finals. Wow, oh, wow. Lots to discuss this morning. Hey, good morning to you. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive into work, wherever you're heading out on a Thursday. So glad you could spend some time with us here on Sports 1440. You can also watch us on Sports 1440 AM on YouTube. Drop us a like, a subscription. We'd appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. As always, we're streaming on the many services that are out there. iHeartRadio, the TuneIn app, even on sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, it turns into the many, many podcasts that are out there on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Please subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. Yes, a hearty good morning to you. What a lid lifter in the NBA Finals. Holy smokes. Exceptional game where the New York Knicks go into San Antonio and win 105-95 to take the lid lifter. Jalen Brunson was sensational. You know, you talk about the MVP and MVP candidates in the league, and you're talking about, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama, and Nikola Jokic, and there's a few others to throw in there, but I'll tell you what, Jalen Brunson, what a gamer. This is a guy you want on the floor on your team. He was absolutely marvelous last night, knocking down 30 points as the Knicks won their 12th straight win in the playoffs. That's three shy of the record set by Golden State back in 2017. Brunson looked like he had some injury problems early on with a knee. Then he came back, got stepped on his ankle, but man, oh man, he was really, really good. It was 76-76 after the third quarter. You knew it was going to be a tight one, but the Knicks pulled away in the fourth, thanks in large part to Jalen Brunson. We're going to dissect this game a lot over the course of the morning. It's also game number two. Also game number two of the Stanley Cup Final tonight with the Vegas Golden Knights in Carolina to take a 2-0 series lead over the Hurricanes. What will we see tonight? Will it be like game one? Most people feel that it's going to tighten down. You had 9 goals on 52 shots. 9 goals on 52 shots, and that's without a power play goal by either team. They went 0 for 5, the two teams combined. But, you know, when you look at the game as a whole, it wasn't a bruiser. It wasn't there weren't guys running around, and there were no bone-crushing hits that you could really see over the course of the night, just 61 hits in total. You know, you go back to the old days when Ronnie Lowe was coaching the Oilers in the late 90s and into the 2000s in the playoffs, and because the team was not at the level of salary cap teams like Dallas, Ronnie Lowe said, well, let's try to get 100 hits tonight. And a lot of times they were over 100. And that just shows you the difference of the play from era to era. And the one thing that there was a lot of in game number one was giveaways. And then the 34 combined giveaways by the two teams. We'll see what Carolina brings as far as their first line goes. Very quiet, silent in game number one. And really, in the totality of the playoffs, they've been quiet because that's just the way it's been going for Sebastian Aho, 4 goals, 3 assists. Svechnikov, 3 goals, 4 assists. Seth Jarvis, 3 goals, 5 assists. Not enough. And it does, when you're not winning, that's when it comes under the microscope. When Carolina was winning and was 12-1, oh, what's the big deal here? No big deal, because other guys were getting it done, and you're getting the W's. So that'll be a good game to watch tonight, game number 2, and then we'll have game number 2 tomorrow night of the NBA Finals. But boy, that was a great game to watch. I just had so much fun watching that game last night. I'm sure a lot of our listeners did. Brunson was the story. Wemby actually limped off, but he was okay. We talked about Julian Champagne and how he had 11 3-pointers when they met earlier in the regular season. Well, he had 5 in the first half, and everything's looking like, it's going to be like almost a rerun of what we saw in that prior game in the regular season. But full marks to the New York Knicks for coming back. They led by 8 in the fourth quarter, and then Wemby and the Spurs pulled level, but then the Knicks pulled away. Also, Josh Hart was remarkable. Had an unbelievable game last night with 15 boards, 4 steals, 6 assists. He was a driving force when he was on the court. Karl Anthony Towns was excellent as well, had 18 points and 12 rebounds. OG Anunoby had 17 points. Wemby finished with 26, by the way, but 12 of those points were from the free throw line, and he also had 12 rebounds as well. So it was a hell of a game to watch. Hopefully games 2 in the NHL and the NBA Finals are going to be just as exciting to check out. Hey, it's a big day in sports. We got the start of the CFL tonight. So, of course, the Elks get going on Saturday in Ottawa, but we got Montreal and Hamilton tonight. So it's the start of the CFL season. We're going to have Mark Killam on. What a great get to get things going on Thursday as they head out to Ottawa tomorrow. Mark Killam, head coach of the Edmonton Elks, will join us at 7:20. So that'll be an interesting conversation with how his team has prepared this week. It's been sort of gray, kind of cloudy for, I guess, 3-4 days around here, but they'll be leaving for the nation's capital tomorrow and the game on Saturday. So let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne at 7:08 on a Thursday morning. The rain and the field conditions got the Tropicana Orange women and men last night. Duke, no slow pitch for you.
No slow pitch.
We
were scrambling to try and find, make sure we had enough players to round out the roster with several members unavailable, and all for naught, and kind of thankfully so, because we were still scrambling, even heading towards 4 o'clock when the official word came down from the ESSC that the field's not in playable condition still, which not much of a surprise there based on how much rain had come down the few days previous, even if it had let up yesterday. We know it, Kevin. We didn't see any sun come out, and that's usually pretty important when it comes to drying out some of these fields, diamonds, etc. So no action there. Canceled across the city. I was fine to sit at home and take in that, as you eloquently recapped, just terrific basketball game in San Antonio.
I was going to say, so did you have the cooler of beer in your condo, and did the rest of the team come by and sit on the couch with you, and you handed them beers on the couch instead of on the bench?
No. I did in the group chat throughout after the game got canceled, offer if anybody wanted to go out for wings, and maybe
and no one did,
and watch the game. I had the one guy said, yeah, if anybody else is interested, I'll go. And I was like, well, it doesn't really seem like anybody else is interested, so I guess we're not going. I sat at home and ate supper in the comfort of my own commune, and just watched the game on TV.
I don't remember the last NBA game, Duke, and I'll be truthful here, that I watched from opening tip-off to the buzzer.
Right.
Just the way things go. You're, with Oiler games and over the course of the season. And, last year with the Oilers going, all the way to the Stanley Cup final, a guy's attention was towards that. So I'll be honest, and that's just the way it is. And I'm being forthcoming here, but it's been a couple of years since I watched an NBA game from start to finish.
Well, you picked a good one.
Oh, man.
Picked a good one.
What'd you think of just the style of play? I mean, the Knicks came out really hard, and then they came out, the Spurs answered. And I was thinking, okay, well, I thought the Spurs were going to kind of take control of the game, but I mean, again, Jalen Brunson, man, was I impressed with him.
Oh, well, how could he not be?
I mean,
He's just like kind of the embodiment of this Knicks team. And I couldn't help but think watching it, like going back to last year's Knicks team that we saw have a great run and ultimately come up short in the conference finals. But when they were still coached by Coach Thibodeau, right? And this version of the team that they play so hard and they just work into the dirt and all that stuff. And with Tibbs, his track record as a coach often tells us that eventually goes too far. Yeah. And, he's leaving guys in when they shouldn't be, and he's grinding them too much. That still exists inside this core group of Knicks players, that real grittiness. And I think they're really relishing this underdog mentality that they're taking because most don't give them a fighting chance in this series against Wemby and the rest of this really young Spurs team. But led by Brunson, who, as Paul Sir talked about yesterday, like, he's not the biggest guy, he's not the fastest guy. He doesn't do anything the best at all, but he's just a ball player, and he's an athlete, and it's so impressive to watch. Defensively, I liked what they did for the most part. I mean, you look at Wemby's final stat line, it is still very impressive. But as you said, a lot of it came to the free throw line, and Cat got into a little bit of foul trouble. But between Josh Hart and OG Anunoby and Robinson, they did a pretty good job as a collective, holding the Spurs down, keeping them to 95 points, which for how lethal the Spurs team can be, I think that goes down as a win. And it obviously actually does in a literal sense. And the fact they're up in the series 1-0.
Got to bring in Josh Fenwick, our producer on the weekends for Paul Sir's Hoop City. Joshy boy, hey, with 2:15 left, Wemby hit those two free throws. They were up by a point, 95-94.
Yeah, no, I was pretty convinced that I'm not pretty convinced. That's wrong. But I thought that, okay, maybe this will settle the storm for the Spurs here, and they'll at least be able to go shot for shot and keep the lead. And then I think that's when Brunson came down and hit that huge three. And I was like, oh, never mind. Like, the Knicks are winning. Like, for Jalen, and they put the graphic up under the screen right after. He was 11 of 30 from the field, had 28 points. I was like, that's probably the best 11-30 game in NBA history. Like,
the next bucket that he made, and he was a little off balance.
It was that a bit of a rainbow floater from
he wanted, just outside the key, and he wanted a foul as well.
Oh yeah.
But even after listening to him doing post game, he was with Salty, the old Saltmeister, Lisa.
Oh, he just is that way. Like, his media is something else, because he's not really media trained, but he is. But he just
it's all, he knows what's going on here, man.
And so
he knows what he's doing. You think about, they had the camera on him for 20 to 30 seconds walking down the from the court through not really a tunnel, but it's all draped off.
Yep.
And he didn't even budge. Like, there was no, hey, we won a big game here. No, it's more, we got work.
He's a killer. It's nothing to be happy about. Job's not finished,
Betcha,
So I'm going to be interested to see how the Spurs respond. I wish Dylan Harper had played more in the fourth, because he was unreal through the entirety of the game, and then he played 3 minutes and 33 seconds in the fourth quarter, which respectfully isn't enough for how much of a gamer he's been through the entirety of the playoffs, and how poor De'Aaron Fox has been the last few games. I think, like, you sort of have to throw out some matchups at times and just say, like, yep, Dylan Harper, you've been better than De'Aaron Fox. Sorry, De'Aaron, you gotta come off, and you just gotta sort of trust your young guys.
Fox played 10 more minutes than Harper, and Harper had 16 points. So there you go. We'll be discussing this over the course of the morning for sure. CEBL last night. Hey, another tough loss for the Edmonton Stingers. They lose 87-86 in Brampton. Man, oh man, they've lost some close games. No question about that. Riverhawks in Victoria lose to the Harbor Cats 13-11. Toronto Blue Jays lost in Atlanta. It's a running theme here, 7-2 the final. But last night, the story in the major leagues was pitching. And I mean, Shohei Ohtani was absolutely dynamite JJ again. He threw 6 innings. He was on base more times than the rest of the Arizona team, the entire Arizona team on base. I think just 3 times. He was on base 5 times. I mean, just crazy over the course of those 6 innings. His ERA is down to 7.4. Christopher Sanchez for the Philadelphia Phillies saw his scoreless inning streak go to 50 2/3. He lost it in the 7th or 8th inning last night. And Paul Skeens threw last night. So he had 3 of the best. Skeens didn't have a good game though. But I mean, Shohei Ohtani is the best baseball player that we've ever seen in the history of the game. It's that simple. Coming up on the big program, as mentioned, Mark Killam, head coach of the Double E. He'll be with us right after the break. We got a jam-packed show, obviously, in the 8 o'clock hour with our double-barrel shotgun hockey insiders, Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet at 8 bells, followed up by Frank Saravalli from Frankly Hockey and Victory Plus TV. Frank, of course, in Raleigh, North Carolina. He'll be there to preview game number 2 for us tonight. Hey, great guest coming up at 9 o'clock, Michael Chan. The new Edmonton Oil Kings general manager, taking over from Kurt Hill. And this is a guy that paid his dues and worked his arse off to get where he is. We'll have another edition of Cam and Eggs. Laddie Schmid will be by, our co-host, from 9:30 to 11. In that block, Ryan Clark, NHL on ESPN, will preview game number 2 a bit more tonight. When we come back, Mark Killam, Edmonton Elks head coach on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Okay, new strategy. I'll just live in the freezer till October. It's spacious in here. It's spacious.
There's a better way to survive the coming AC season. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. We offer convenient financing options and fast appointments so you can enjoy your entire home, not just the freezer.
Now I can leave the frozen peas where they belong.
Book now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
This jersey was worn by the legend himself, signed and everything. You can't just wear it. I'm framing it with expressions and images.
Your prized jersey deserves better than the closet. Think expressions and images. Your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:20 in Edmonton. The CFL kicks off tonight with Montreal at Hamilton, but on Saturday, the Double E travel to Ottawa for their lid lifter of the CFL season, and I'm excited to welcome in the head coach of the Double E once again, Mark Killam, to the show. Good morning, Coach. You're with Kevin Karius. As always, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Kevin, appreciate you having me, man.
Well, it was good to see you last week at practice, and just to kind of get a feel and a vibe of where this team is heading. Now, can you just give our listeners an update on the injury report that gets released, every day? The CFL is quite forthcoming. How healthy are you going into this game to start off the season, Coach?
I'd say we're pretty healthy. There's a couple guys on there that we would have loved to have available for this game they're not going to be, but as the case is with everybody's team in the CFL, you try to get through camp. You have as competitive a training camp as you can, and you try to hope that all your big guns are ready week one, but it's not always the case. But we feel good about the lineup that we're going to bring to Ottawa.
Now, not to get into specifics, but Cordell Jackson was your defensive player of the year. Was a little banged up in the last preseason game. How's he doing this week?
Yeah, he's trending the right way. We'll see today. I think he sees the doc today, but he's trending the right way. We just gotta kind of, with that kind of injury, we just gotta. It's really a day-to-day thing, depending on how he responds.
For sure. What did you like? What didn't you like about the final preseason game against Calgary at Clark?
I really liked what our offense looked like in the first few drives. I thought Cody looked sharp. I thought he was stepping up into our throws. I thought our timing looked good. The stuff, obviously, I don't know how many penalties we had. I stopped tracking them at 11, but it was a lot. I think it was 16 or something like that. It was pretty sloppy in that area, but lots and lots of lessons that we taught off all week, and hopefully, try to correct some of that stuff.
Can you shed some light on that first drive, Mark, in the sense that I think it was a 3rd and 1, and was there some maybe, I always think about, in a new stadium, you got the headsets and maybe things aren't working. Maybe there was confusion in the communications and thing like that. But what happened it was a 3rd and 1, and obviously I think it was a shotgun situation for Fajardo. Yeah. And then the offense stayed on the field like they felt it wasn't 3rd down, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, without, throwing anybody under the bus. It was communicated that it was 1st down, but it was 3rd down. Mm-hmm. So that's really what it was. But again, those are the kinks that get worked out in preseason. Obviously, play selection would have been a little bit different if everyone was on the same page, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. And it's just tough at Clark. You're probably looking for even like a play clock in a certain area or a scoreboard or down in distance. And it just isn't the same as what you'd normally have, correct?
Yeah. But there's no excuses here. That was just what it was. I was actually really happy to play up in Clark. I thought it was a cool atmosphere. I was hoping, that kind of like little weather storm there kind of put a little bit of a damper on it, but it was cool for the fans. It was cool for the players. And, I'm glad we got to be able to do that.
Mark Killam, head coach of the Double E, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. You have quite likely the most lethal weapon in the league in Justin Rankin that can do it all out of the backfield. How do you manage his usage, and what are your expectations for an encore, for Rankin this year?
Yeah, well, every season's, its own entity. We expect him to be the player that he is, which is a very explosive player, a very dynamic and dangerous player in space. But, we've got to find ways to get him the ball in space. We've got to, and we got to be diverse enough that it's just not we're not a one-trick pony on offense. And I feel really confident about some of the things that we're doing as an offense. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing them in action. Because you know how it is in the preseason, nobody really plays any of their stuff. It's pretty vanilla schemes both ways, offense, defense, and special teams. But it, there's there's things that we've been working on that we feel good about, and we're excited to see them in a real game.
Yeah. How cool is it to have a guy that is quite capable of catching, 50 or 60 balls out of the backfield, never mind his running ability?
Yeah, it just makes him that much more dangerous. I mean, he is a legitimate receiving threat, and it's not just checkdowns. He can do so much more. I mean, truthfully, if we got in a jam at receiver, we could just put him out at receiver. And he, obviously he has the knowledge of the playbook to be able to do that, but he also has the skill set to execute out there. So, we really feel we're happy he's on our football team. We really feel like he is a dynamic weapon. I thought he was, the best player on our team probably for the entire season last year. But, we've brought in some pieces around him that can take some of the workload, and I think that's going to make us a better offense overall.
Mark Gillam with us in Sports 1440. Over the course of the last few weeks, Coach, one of the main talking points for us on this show with Eddie Steele and guys like that have been, the battles at offensive line. What did you see over the course of camp and preseason, and then, especially in that final preseason game against Calgary?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've improved that part of our football team. I think, you just look at some of the pockets we were able to operate out of, some of the holes we were able to open up, but I see it every day in practice too. I feel like that group is much improved from a year ago, and that's not a shot at anybody that was here or not here, but it's a reflection of the guys that we brought in, but it's a reflection that they're gelling together. But I'm pleased with the way that we look so far. I want to get into a real game here and have them operate for an entire football game together and see how that goes.
How did you think the battle at center played out between Cordy and Beard?
I mean, I feel like we have two starting caliber centers on our football team. I really do. I think I do want to give those two men credit, Mark and David both. They came in. We told them, like we've talked about before, we told them back in January, February. So they came in ready to go. They came in. I thought both of them were better than they were last year. I felt like they were extremely professional with the way that we went about it. Nobody was complaining. Nobody was the body language was outstanding. We did our best. It was this scientific algorithm basically of how we were going to split these reps and to try to make it as fair as possible. And, they just handled it really well. And, the center is the guy that's got to communicate with everybody. And, I thought both those guys, like I said, I feel like we have two starting caliber centers, and our football team's in a good place with those guys there.
If you go back to your days in Calgary and all the offensive lines that, you worked with, not necessarily worked with, but saw on a daily basis. And I don't know if nasty is the correct word here. Is this as nasty of as an offensive line that you've seen in your time in the CFL, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, it's right up there with the best of them. I think those guys are some of the biggest, baddest guys on your football team, and they should be. I mean, they really kind of set the tone for your football team in so many ways. They're tough. They don't have backups, so they play the entire game. They play through, nicks and stuff that might take some other position groups out of the game. And I just feel like, when you can get a group of five, and they're getting after people and they're putting a hat on a hat, and they really create, and you see them downfield finishing blocks. I mean, that just carries over through your entire football team. And I feel good about it. We haven't played a real game yet. We've played, preseason games, but, not a full 60 minutes together. But, I'm excited for that group. Coach Sorrell's done a good job getting them ready to go, and they're gelling, and they're only going to, get better as the more they play together throughout the season.
Mm-hmm. Mark Gillam with us on the Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440. TJ Luther had 4 catches the other night against Calgary. What have you seen from his progression so far during camp and preseason?
Yeah, pleased with the way he's taken advantage of his opportunities. He was a guy that came in late last year on the PR expansion, but got hurt the second day he was here. But spent an off season on our voluntary Zooms, continued to learn the offense. We've moved him around a little bit in training camp. He picked up the playbook, which is so critical in professional football because they're not simple. Even if you try to make it simple, there's still a lot of adjustments, and he did a nice job with that. And then, like I said, he made the most of his opportunities. He flashed every time he's on the field. He flashes, and And that's how you know he's doing some good things. He's got burst. He can play behind his pads. He can get north-south, and he can go up and get the football. So, we feel like he's just scratching the surface. He's going to he's earned another opportunity to contribute with the starting offense, and we'll see how that goes.
Let's talk about the opponent on Saturday. Coached by a guy that you were with, 3 years you coached together in Calgary, and Ryan Dinwiddie?
Yeah, something like that. It was 3 good years. He's a good buddy of mine, but they've overhauled that roster. He's we all know what kind of coach he is. He's a high quality coach. He's been to the Grey Cup a bunch of times. He's won some Grey Cups. He's had obviously a ton of success over there in Toronto. So we know what kind of challenge it's going to be going into their place for their home opener.
Jake Maier's going to get the starter quarterback for him. Did you think he would win this starting job possibly, and you might see him in week 1?
I think you thought there was a possibility. I don't think anybody thought he would come out and name it after the first preseason game. I thought that was, so obviously, he looked sharp in that first preseason game, but obviously he must have been doing the same thing in practice to have that kind of confidence from his head coach and the rest of the football team. So, Jake, he's been in the same kind of offense his whole career, like the Calgary offense. The Sask offense was a derivative of that. This is a derivative of that as well, because they were all together in Calgary, all those coordinators.
Yeah.
And so they're all, he has a good feel for what he's doing. He knows where he wants to go with the ball. He knows where people are supposed to be. And obviously he's got that confidence from his head coach. So, Jake's he's a good player. He unseated Bo Levi in Calgary, so we know he's a good player. And we're gonna have to play our best to beat him. Yeah,
what'd you see from him in the couple of years that you spent together with the Stampeders?
He's a competitor. He's obviously very smart. Like I said, he knows where to go with the ball based on contour, based on different looks that the defense has given him. And he can execute the offense, and that's what you ultimately need with that person that's behind the controls, and that's probably why Din feels so comfortable with him back there.
Head coach of the Double E, Mark Killam, with us on Sports 1440. So getting off to a good start, man, we've talked about this several times over the course of camp and everything preseason-wise, Coach. Maybe just a final thought, because this will be the last time we talk to you going into Ottawa, and then because of the bye week, the importance of getting off to a good start here on Saturday night.
Yeah, ultimately, we want to start our season off the right way, and that's with a win in Ottawa on Saturday. And is our season over if that doesn't happen? No, but at the same time, we've focused on going back into February, creating a sense of urgency with the coaching staff, creating a sense of urgency with how we were evolving. We tried to carry that through training camp. I thought we did, and now we've been focused this week on just the things that we can control, and that's preparing the right way so that we can go out and perform on Saturday.
You're right. How excited are you to get back at Commonwealth? Clark's been good to you guys for camp and the preseason, but home is home, isn't it?
There's no doubt. I like practicing in there. You kind of just walk out the 20 steps from the locker room and you're right on the field. But they pulled that grass up that night. Like the next day, it was out of the stadium. It's crazy, but the turf's not down yet, but I think that the foam layer, whatever the cushioning is down, but they're working hard on there, and I'd love to see a time lapse of that, because when they started working on that was the day after or the night after our last game, and whatever that was, October. They put the lights on, they worked all night and started ripping it up and started making adjustments, but it'll be good to get back in Commonwealth.
Well, did you grab some of that turf for your place in Glenora? Because I've walked by. You need a little work on your grass there, big guy.
Yeah. I know JC took some home with him. So I don't know how he's going to get it out of the back of his truck, because I think they used a forklift to put it in there. But
that is so funny. The last thing I got to ask you. So I'm at the game on Friday. We're in the stands. I had a few pops, and for warm up. Now I'm listening and looking at the jumbotron in the corner, and it says Coach Killam's playlist for pregame warm up.
Yeah. Now, you know what? I didn't know they were going to put that on there, truthfully. Yeah.
Okay, what's this? What was that? Like, and I was thinking, I thought there'd be some Johnny Cash here or something, man, but it was Run DMC and everything else, man.
Yeah, it was a throwback theme, and they asked me to recommend some throwback songs, so I did some 90s hip hop. That's what I chose. But I didn't know they were going to put my name and say Mark Killam's playlist on the board. But
I know. I looked at that and I was kind of trying to find you, on the sidelines because we were on the other side, and I was thought maybe you were doing a little jig or a dance or something. I thought,
no, I did have a little. I had a nice chuckle at halftime, or when I was standing on the field and I looked at the board and I saw it. I was like, wow, they did that.
Yeah, I was waiting for a little Johnny Cash or something. I thought, okay, let's get some retro country or something. I didn't know what the hell to think, but hey, Coach, as always, thanks for your time this morning. Have a great, last day of practice today, and then the travel tomorrow. Best of luck on Saturday in Ottawa, and hopefully the team can get off to a wonderful start to kick off the CFL season.
Okay, appreciate it, Kevin. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thank you. That's Mark Killam, head coach of the Double E. They'll leave tomorrow for Ottawa. Kickoff is just after 5 o'clock our time on Saturday night. So, it's a great, and then the bye week. So this is the importance. That's why this is such an important game for the Double E to get off to a good start, pick up a win. I mean, this is a team, Ottawa, that there are some similarities to Ottawa and to the Elks because, they bring in, they've got a first-year head coach with some experience. Mark Killam's in his second year, but they did a lot of off-season additions because Ottawa was at the bottom of the Eastern Division last year. So that's where the Elks were in this situation out here. So these are two teams that are hoping to trend in the right direction this year. But it all starts with a good start, especially when you're on a bye week in week 2. And that's the situation for the Double E before their home opener against Montreal on Saturday, June the 20th for a 2 p.m. kickoff. Hammer text in, did Eddie get any of the grass cakey? I don't think he did. He probably, I'll be honest, he probably snoozed and he was snoozing and losing. If they were ripping that out right after the game and they probably all those coaches and got to the, the facility on Tuesday morning, you imagine if they really did load up JC Sherritt's truck with a forklift, Duke,
Yeah, I could imagine it. It would be hilarious. And as Coach Killam said, I would be very curious to see how he'd plan on getting it out in this hypothetical situation. I don't know what do you do? Like then all of a sudden you get like a floor jack up into the box of your truck somehow and try and like get it on one end propped up so then you can get a plank under it and pry it up like end over end, roll it. I'm just getting creative here trying to think about how it would be feasible without any machine to help you out.
So what I'm thinking, Eddie, I'm looking at Eddie's thing here on what I'm thinking, Duke, is like, when they have the turf cutter, do they roll that up? And I'm thinking, when you have, like if you're doing a round bale, like how big are these? Like think about a size of a round bale compared to how big these rolls of turf are going to be when they cut them out. And I don't know, or do they cut them out and in squares and then lay them flat on pallets? Maybe, who knows? Maybe Andrew Walker made a fortune on this.
That's also very possible. No, I would think they show up in my experience with turf, and this is in a much more small scale. They always show up in rolls, right? And they're not the size of a round bale, but you just have that many more of them to fit an entire soccer pitch worth of grass. Like you'd have flatbeds on flatbeds full of them. And they'd probably be on pallets, I would think, for simplicity of loading on and off of these trucks. But then on each pallet, there's 6, 8 things stacked up, stacked up on these little rolls that only stretch out. I don't know, however many feet. I really wouldn't know because, like I said, my experience is like doing people's yards, and then they're in whatever a few yard stretches at a time.
Kyle just sent in a pic. He said his friend sent a picture of Commonwealth. They've got half the turf done the following morning. And it looks unreal how they can do it so quickly, but half of it is gone by the next morning. And we're talking the length of the field, not the width of the field. So they went That's how they were cutting the turf out. Man, it would have been nice to get some of that turf, though. Poor Eddie. Poor Eddie.
Would have needed a couple strong friends, I think.
Eddie would, one hand per roll, man. One hand per roll.
I wonder if Eddie's going to wear sleeves tomorrow.
I don't know.
Did he have sleeves on Monday?
Yeah. Yes. No, I can't. What did he have on? Yeah. Yeah.
Or was he just in a normal t-shirt, or was he suited up on Monday going to do some work?
No one even pays attention to him anymore. Hey?
Josh says he was suited up.
He was suited up?
Kevin, this is 3 days ago. How can you not remember?
You know how the days blend in. No, yeah. Someone mentioned that he had a tie on. But it wasn't his best tie, though, either, for sure.
Was it the mauve tie?
Oh, I don't know. I got to get him some ties. It's unbelievable. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. Top of the hour, Mark Spector, followed by Frank Saravalli on Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Are new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more? Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Mr. Rooter buries evidence in the desert.
I didn't mean to do it. I was forced into it. Yeah, forced. But now, no one will ever know. You've done well, Mr. Rooter. You did something awful, but you've covered your tracks. It's done. The last transcript that shows I did a semester of electrician school.
Uncover evidence of the proudest plumber, Mr. Rooter.
I've got some good news. If you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck, the 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch black aluminum wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a sport performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
If you've got a smart speaker, get it to play Sports 1440.
And it doesn't matter when you listen as we roll out the Sports Talk
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Edmonton's home for sports radio is Sports 1440.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Hi, it's Jason McCoy. You know, music's given me a lot of great moments, but nothing means more than time with my dad. When he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, a simple PSA blood test was key in detecting it early, and we got more years, more laughs, and more memories. Guys, it's a quick test that just might end up saving your life.
Join the Princess Auto Motorcycle Ride for Dad in Edmonton, Saturday, June 13th. Register or donate at ridefordad.ca.
Hey, it's Jamie from Green Drop Lawn Care, exploring Edmonton from the Science Center to Horlock Park. I see your lawns and cringe a little. Weeds are here. And you've got them, Edmonton. Take your lawn back with our guaranteed lawn care programs and unlimited weed control.
Green Drop has been Canada's lawn expert since 1979. And they're in your community, keeping your yard looking beautiful with affordable lawn care packages that include fertilizer, weed control, drought fighter, and more. Visit greendrop.com.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 745 in Edmonton. Text 833-401-1440. Husk says, hey, KK, they put new sod on a golf hole in Fort Saskatchewan. The sod rolls were huge, not like residential rolls. Yeah, you can bet you. Bottom dollar on that. BC Oilers says, stoked to have football to watch this week. Wish more people would embrace the CFL. I think a lot of people do. The King of Fort Nasty texts in and says, come on, fellas, we all know that they just tilled up the turf at Commonwealth, sprinkled down some grass seed, then covered it with some fresh Delburne manure, and it took off. Is this true, Duke?
It could be. I don't think it is in this specific context, but it would work. You need a little bit more of a head start.
What's
you gotta give things
what's
time.
the manure process? Manure, and it's not a bad word either.
Why do people think it's such a bad word? It's too good and newer. Yeah, it's
what's
two
the
good things.
manure process at the Douglas Farms, Duke? What's the
like the dispersal?
Yeah, like I mean, are you shoveling out all of it and then it goes into the front end loader?
Shoveling, Kevin, my brother in Christ. It's the year 2026. the only shoveling that takes place in the real tight corners, or maybe mucking out some actual stalls and things like that. But no, for the most part, everything gets done with the skid steer or the wheel loader, loaded up. Last number of years, it's been all manure trucks. But when I was growing up, it was always a Hydra Push manure spreader, John Deere, of course. I hate floor chain manure spreaders. They always break. They're so unreliable. The Hydra Push ones are much more my speed. But I was doing that that first weekend when I was home after banging my knee up. That's what I did essentially, was sit in the manure truck. And it's a really tight window because over the course of the winter, right, all your cattle are in your corrals and things, and so the corrals are needing to be cleaned and freshened out. They're all piled up from the winter. You're not allowed to spread manure in the winter time, and it's also tough to anyway because of the hills and the snow and et cetera. Things freeze up. So then you got a window from when everything's thawed enough to get in there and break up these hard packs of manure and straw and bedding, get them loaded up and hauled out and spread. But then you also got to worry about getting the seed in the ground in those same fields. So it's a tight window. You got to kind of navigate there to get everything spread and then seeded.
When you go home this weekend, bring back a couple 5-gallon pails for me, Duke.
Kev, I don't think you're ready for that, man.
Oh yeah, I mean a little garden.
The difference between that fertilizer you're buying at the local garden home store
Come on now.
and this just open top 5-gallon pail of manure out the back of the barn that I'd be bringing in. You know who'd be the least happy with me is Laura. And your neighbors, actually, more importantly.
We bring it in the morning and leave it out at the bar here, and see how that goes for the rest of the Stingray stuff.
I wouldn't even want to be like transporting that in the box of my truck.
No kidding.
That's about as city of a thing as I can say. But my God, because the thing is, the smell, it just sticks.
Oh yeah,
like it lingers. It's there. You can't escape it for weeks probably. I need to leave my box open and hope for another 4 days of torrential rain.
I'm not a big manure, I don't know a lot about it, but I can tell you that they say sheep manure is better for some garden stuff.
Really?
I think that's correct, but it's not like I'm sprinkling a whole bunch out there, Duke. Do you know?
You head down to like the local petting zoo and be like, hey, mind if I just take all your guys' manure?
Well, no, you buy it in the bags, and it's probably more composted with some soil as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do you know who Jackson Culver is, Duke?
He's a baseball player.
No. He's.
Sorry, I'm thinking of Jerks and Profar.
Jerks and Profar, yeah. Jackson Culver is an interesting story because he's he's basically in Buffalo, I guess, for the NHL with all the prospects and the camp that's going on, the combine. You know what I mean? So this is a guy that's, I don't think he'll be drafted in the first round, but his story's something we've never seen before because he was basically raised in the Cayman Islands. And he came to Canada or North America at around 12 years old, but he never played, obviously, hockey in the Cayman Islands. But what he did was start his, whatever hockey career playing inline roller hockey. And he ended up to be a pretty darn good roller hockey player as a young kid in the Cayman Islands. And actually, he was the fastest skater at the 2016 North American Roller Hockey Championship. So anyway, he ended up moving to Canada at age 12, took up ice hockey, never played before in his life, obviously, and now had to figure out the differences between inline and ice hockey. So, and even rules and everything like that. So he ended up going to a little place called St. Andrews College. And then last year was called up to the London Knights. And then this last year, he played a full season in the OHL as an 18-year-old and had 20 goals, 32 assists in 67 games. So I think he'll be could be a second rounder, maybe. Hard to say. But I thought it was an interesting story. And he's a bigger kid. He's 6'2". He's like 185 pounds. But he had a first full season with the London Knights. He's got an early birthday in February. I think that's an interesting story and maybe an interesting draft prospect, potentially on June 26th. So I don't know if you did a little quick typo on him, Duke, but
no, not in this moment. But it's funny you bring it up because I had seen this kind of get flagged heading into the combine about this kid from the Cayman Islands and like you said, the roller hockey start. I didn't know some of those details that you just spelled out for me. But what a story! And it kind of just goes to show the expanding reach of the game and touching areas of the planet that I don't think anybody ever thought that it would or could to continue to produce talent that is going to be available here at the NHL draft.
What it was like for the first time when you went on ice skates after being on inlines.
Probably a little bit of a shocker, I would think.
I would think.
A little different anyway.
How about this? Salmon Leduc says, hey, Karius, I got a pile of 3-year aged sheep manure for you out by New Sarepta. It's magic stuff for the garden. I'll even send you off with a straw bale to keep the moisture in and the weeds down. You bring the pail, I'll shovel it in for you, old school. Wow. Thanks, Sam.
What a legend. And there, we'll tell you, this is kind of two birds stoned at once, Kevin, because if you're heading out to New Sarepta, just take a little further tour down 21, and there's some great golf courses down along the highway there.
Oh, yeah.
Down towards Camrose. Pat Galenza will take you out to the Camrose spot. That's his old home
now
neck of the
we're
woods.
talking, Coal Creek area.
And then from Camrose, just jump across the river, and then you're in New Norway.
Okay.
And
what course is it?
Silver Creek. Right at 27 hole. Beautiful track. I played it opening day last summer for the first time, and I played it in high school, and then last year was back for the first time. Really nice spot.
Is there camping there, Duke?
Yeah, in New Norway there is, yeah.
Oh, there we go. That could be on the agenda here. What's the Kings thing mean here? The one thing John Deere won't stand behind.
Well, it's a joke. Like you don't want to stand behind a shit spreader.
Oh yeah. Oh, Duke.
I'm just reading his message.
All of a sudden, you've turned into Laddie here on Sports 1440.
Well, it's Thursday. Just trying to get the people warmed up.
Bubba says, hey, good morning, KK and Duke. I always enjoy your banter on my way to work, especially the farm talk. Entering how the Duke's use of sprinkling is quite a bit different than Kevin's use of sprinkling. Yeah, I'm talking manure, and Duke's talking what he's thinking about sprinkling on tonight's Carolina-Vegas game.
Well, there'll be some sprinkling.
There will be some sprinkling. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will check in with Mark Spector from Rogers Sportslet, a guy that is quite full of manure. Frank Saravalli to follow from Frankly Hockey and Victory Plus TV. Frank is in Raleigh, North Carolina. I wonder if he had a chair by the pool with Johnny Lazarus yesterday. I highly doubt that. Frank would have been just pounding the phones while Lazarus is just soaking up the rays by the pool in Raleigh, North Carolina. Michael Chan, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager, will check in at 9:00. Incredible story with a guy that, basically comes in and, is pulling tape, is a video guy. And here we are, less than a decade later, and now he's the new general manager of the Edmonton Oil Kings. It just goes to show you, if you put in the work and you go into work every day with an open mind, and you're mentored by a guy like Kurt Hill, and you have the opportunity to advance yourself in whatever business it is that you do, then at the end of all that hard work, there's the rainbow. There's the rainbow at the pot of gold at the end of it. And this is a start for Michael Chan. and the Edmonton Oil Kings for sure. Ladislav Schmid at 9:30 will slide in, our co-host on Thursdays. And then we've got Ryan Clark, the NHL on ESPN in the 10 o'clock hour. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of RE/MAX Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you are thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals did not disappoint. The New York Knicks take it 105-95 over the Spurs. Jalen Brunson, terrific. 30 points, 12 of 31 from the field. Knicks trailed by as many as 14 over the course of the third quarter. Victor Wembanyama for San Antonio, a good night, 26 points total, but just 6 of 21 from the field. In the CEBL last night, Brampton wins a close one over the Stingers, 87-86 the final there. And in the majors yesterday, the Blue Jays drop a second straight to Atlanta, 7-3 at the hands of the Braves. They'll wrap up that set later on today. Elsewhere across the majors, Detroit beat Tampa Bay 7-2. Christopher Sanchez's streak of scoreless innings come to an end at 50 2/3, good for fifth longest in the history of the majors as the Phillies beat San Diego 3-2. Red Sox over the Orioles 8-1. Yankees fall again to Cleveland 5-4. Blue Jays also making a move off the field as they reacquire Simeon Woods Richardson from the Minnesota Twins for some help in their pitching rotation. Richardson, a former top prospect of the Jays, was traded to Minnesota as part of the Jose Barrios trade. And finally, the Edmonton Riverhawks last night. They get one back in Victoria over the Harbor Cats, scoring 13 runs off of 11 hits to take it 13-11. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector, Frank Cervali from Victory Plus TV. I'm Brandon Douglas, Center Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This deal's only good till 6 o'clock tonight. We need your credit card to hold the color. Hold the color. Summer package. Winter package. And the ever-famous re-PDI fee. I gotta pay you to rebuild the car? Does this sound familiar? At Northgate, we do things differently. We offer 0% financing, a great selection of new, pre-owned vehicles. So if you'd like to do business a different way, stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
It's time to hit the greens. Elevate your golf game with Country Club Tour Golf Academy. No matter your experience, our PGA of Canada teaching pros are here to help. Enjoy lessons year-round between our 7 CCT golf courses and 2 state-of-the-art indoor facilities. Choose the location convenient for you. We offer private lessons, group lessons, expert club fittings, and junior camps. Visit our website to learn more and get ready to take your game to the next level. Booking is easy. Go to countryclubtour.com/golf academy and schedule your lesson today.
Sleep is for the off-season. What off-season? Sports 1440 is live, loud, and locked 24/7. Oilers, Elks, Riverhawks, Stingers, Oil Kings. We've got your picks. Edmonton's home to sports is Sports 1440.
Hi, it's Jason McCoy. You know, music's given me a lot of great moments, but nothing means more than time with my dad. When he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, a simple PSA blood test was key in detecting it early, and we got more years, more laughs, and more memories. Guys, it's a quick test that just might end up saving your life.
Join the Princess Auto Motorcycle Ride for Dad in Edmonton, Saturday, June 13th. Register or donate at ridefordad.ca. You need freedom on the job site to get your work done. Carhartt's extensive line of rugged flex pants are engineered to move and stretch with you throughout the day. So whatever you're doing isn't held back by lack of mobility. Find the largest selection of Carhartt Rugged Flex at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Thanks to Scuff, Darren, Justin, and others texting in about Frank Cervalli being in Buffalo for the Combine. I just assumed he was staying there, and I don't know, he must have zipped into Buffalo yesterday after game number 1 on Tuesday night. So Frank will get his thoughts on being in Buffalo for the Combine a little bit later in the show, but right now it's time for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. The June Road Trip Ready event is here, the biggest sale of the year. Enter for a chance to win free gas for the summer and weekly prizes like detailed packages or free tires and a $19.95 multi-point vehicle inspection to get you road trip ready. Check them out at northgategm.com. As we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
Hello. Frank's going to the Combine in Buffalo. What's he?
Well,
figure he's not too old to get drafted or what? How many pull-ups can he do?
How old is Frank? 38.
38? Looks like he's 58.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't hear you when you said that. So you said how many pull-ups could he do like Sam Bennett? Is that what you're saying or what?
Yeah. How many pull-ups for Frank?
None. Pull-ups are hard. I don't think so, but Bennett.
Pull-ups are hard, yeah.
Who else couldn't do it? Was it Casey Middlestad? I guess it was.
Well, Bennett had an injured shoulder. That's why he couldn't do any. That was one of the dumber moments in sports reporting history, as I can recall. But nonetheless, pull-ups don't keep you out of the NHL. Sam Bennett turned into an okay player.
Sure
Team
did.
Canada.
He sure did. Is it still raining out there, Spec, or what?
Well, the Oilers are at Bowman's in Buffalo right now. The Oilers are doing some interviews, but they don't even have a first-round pick. So,
no.
Who are you interviewing? You're interviewing the second 30 group, I suppose.
I just asked Duke if he knew who Jackson Culver was. Do you know who that is, Spec?
No.
Young guy that's going to be drafted here on the 26th, but he grew up in the Cayman Islands playing inline roller hockey, came over to Canada and played ice hockey for the first time as a 12 or 13-year-old. And then last year he played in London for the Knights. But so a Cayman Islands guy. Yeah,
pretty
good.
Hell
of a story.
Yeah, it's a pretty good story. Where do they think he'll go?
I think he'll go in the second round.
How deep? Okay, well, who knows, man? They come from all over these days.
Mm-hmm. What was the guy the Oilers drafted 100 years ago that was from Scotland? Tony Hand?
Tony Hand. Yes, Tony Hand. He was the Scottish Wayne Gretzky. And he came over here and he got homesick. Wanted to go back home.
You know what, Spec? I was looking at some of the greatest streaks in sports history, and we all know we talk about Glenn Hall, 502 consecutive starts, Cal Ripken Jr. in baseball. I mean, you can go on and on. Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak. Have you seen the list of Jaromir Jagr Stanley Cup final teammate streak?
I have seen it off and on. Yeah, it's like a giant Jagr tree almost.
It's 46 years now.
What do you got?
Well, it's 46 years it's been going on. It started in 1980 with Brian Trottier, and it goes all the way through this year to Rasmus Anderson, who we played with in Calgary for a short time. So 46 years, a teammate of Jaromir Jagr has been in the Stanley Cup final.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you go back from when he started, when he broke in Pittsburgh. Trotz was probably on that team.
Yeah, well.
And holy cow, and he's played everywhere.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been there at the time. So that was 80. what like he would have played with Trottier in Pittsburgh later. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So you got to go back.
Or whatever, but it goes all the
Trottier
way.
in 80 was with the Islanders, and then it continues on to all, Messier's there for quite a few because they were teammates and stuff like that. So are you
Sure.
catching me
Well,
drifts?
there you go. And is he still playing for Kladno, or does he just own them now?
I don't know. I think he just ends up as a player right now. Or that's where he is an owner right now. I'm not sure.
Anyway, I remember the one time we were I was doing the panel between periods with Gene, and we brought in those traveling Jaggers.
Oh,
those like 8 guys, and they all dress in different jerseys. So they come up there, and where it's in the end zone in a sort of, I forget what they call the lounge at Rogers Place. So we interview them between periods, or maybe Gene does. I don't think I did it. And they're nice guys, and we shake their hands and all that stuff. And then after the commercial, when they leave, I go on the air with Gene, and we're doing the panel thing. And those guys go over to the bar, and they put a round on Principe and Spectre. so the game ends, and I'm almost ready to leave, and this woman, the waitress walks over and says, "Who's picking up this $150 round or whatever it was for the traveling Jaggers?" I go, "I don't know. Who are they?" So we had to buy them around.
That's great. Oh, that's good. Good stuff. I mean,
of course, Gene. Oh, geez, I don't even have a credit card.
Well, Gene hasn't had a drink for a long, long time, right? So, I mean, I think he had some at it was his 40th birthday 20 years ago. That's the last time I think.
Or 50th or 40th. I know. I couldn't believe it. I was there too. All of a sudden, Gene's drunk. Like, Gene, I've never even seen you have a drink, and now you're drunk. What's going on?
Is this the one you're talking about in at Commonwealth? Like when Karen got the room at Commonwealth, the dressing room?
No, I'm talking about one that was at I forget where it was, at a hotel or something like that. I thought it was his 50th, but who knows?
Well, that would only be 10 years ago. They did one 20 years ago, and his dad brought in some like homemade wine grappa. Well, I had a couple belts of that. I was on my ass in about 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. His dad made wine every year and grappa.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And that homemade grappa is pretty tough. That's like that Slivovitz that guys make. I got a neighbor who grew up in a house where his dad, the Serbian family, and his dad had a still. And he learned from a very young age, because dad would go to work and he'd be coming home from school, and he'd have to tend to this still to make sure that the Slivovitz didn't get ruined. So now he's, my age, and he could build the still and make the Slivovitz if he wanted. And I'll tell you what, I've tasted that stuff, and you put just about a quarter shot, you toss it on the fire, and the fire explodes.
Oh, yeah, like exactly.
Imagine what it's doing in your guts.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. Well, I remember making that as a kid too, Spec, back in making home brew like on Christmas Day with my grandpa, dad, and uncles and like that. And basically, you just boil down all the choke cherry wine back then.
Yeah,
and then it would come out as basically White Lightning.
Yeah, White Lightning. Doesn't every culture have their version of Slivovitz or grappa? Or it's basically you make your wine and then you make something out of what's left over from the wine.
Yeah.
Can't let anything go to waste, Kev. Not in those days.
Hey, what do you think about game number 2 tonight? Carolina trying to get on track, and we'll see. What about the first line? Again, this first line of Carolina, Spec, when they weren't scoring but winning, it was, that's okay. But now, when you lose and you're not doing much, it's a big, big deal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's all hands on deck, man. Stanley Cup final. No time left for your best players. Like Sebastian Aho's got to be a important player in these games. Thomas Hertl came up out of nowhere and scored a huge goal, right? He hadn't done much for a long time in Vegas, but here we are at the Cup, and there's Thomas Hertl being a good player. So, Thomas Aho's line got you there. Jarvis got you there. Taylor Hall's been unbelievable. Can't stop now. Yeah. Right? It's no time to say, okay, I did my part. So game 2 is always pretty cool because, game 1, it's always lots of hype and lots of excitement, and you're getting your feet wet. And now they've got some video to look at. Now they can look at, what did Vegas do against us I mean, did they slow them down? Carolina scored 4 goals.
Yeah.
So now you start to react, and now the video guys get to work. And game 2 is often quite different than game 1.
Rod Brindamore had a comment, I believe it was yesterday, talking about their video session and compared it to the one after game 1 against Montreal. Said it was similar but different. How do you think it went down? Because it was 2 different losses, 2 different teams of how they, how the game was portrayed there. It wasn't like game 1 where you looked at Montreal winning and you went, oh, okay, Carolina's still they got a good chance of winning this series. They're a better team. They got more of this, more of that. But now all of a sudden Vegas is exposed a little bit. So how do you think the differences went, I guess, in those, when you're breaking down those first game losses in the Eastern Conference Final and the Stanley Cup Final?
Well, first of all, no matter what happened in that film session, that's what Rod Brindamore is going to say, because he wants it to play out the way it played out against Montreal. We had one bad game, we corrected everything, and we're going to be great now. So he's going to say that to his team and to the media and everybody, because that's just the narrative he wants out there. What really happened in that film session? It was a totally different game. Carolina was 10 times sloppier in game 1 versus the Habs than they were in game 1 versus, I mean, that Montreal game, they had breakaways all over the place, and they were, they're down right away early. They were down 4 goals in the first period, as I recall. That wasn't like that the other night. So I don't think I doubt that it's the same mistakes being made, and it's certainly not the same opponent taking advantage of them, right? Vegas is a completely different team than Montreal. So listen, I don't know what Rod Brindamore is telling his team. I'm not breaking down the game. I just watch it once. But that's a typical coach for me. Oh yeah, it's exactly like it was last series. What happened last series? We lost the first game, we won the next 4. So of course he's going to play it that way, Kev.
Like even before game number 1, everyone said, oh, she's going to be 2-1, 3-2. No one expected 5-4 with 9 goals on 52 shots. Expectations for you in this one tonight in game 2, Spec?
Yeah, well, I hope they're still scoring goals. Like I love the fact that every team comes in and says our goal is to keep the puck out of our net, and we all know watching the Oilers that it's a priority. Like when they're playing good defensive hockey, they're can be a championship caliber team, and when they're loose, it doesn't matter how many goals they score offensively. They're not good enough, right? We all know that. We watch hockey here all the time. So, but what I'm happy to see in at least the first game is 2 teams that come in with a defensive mindset and the knowledge that it's all about, pitching and defense wins championships, and we got to keep it out of our net. And then they go play a game and there's 9 goals scored. That's good for the game. We all want to see goals, right? So I probably wouldn't expect 5-4 again. But I sure hope we're still playing 4-3 hockey, not 2-1 hockey, because I don't mind the odd 2-1 game. Don't get me wrong. That's still good, compelling hockey. But I love the fact that offenses are better than defenses on a lot of nights these days. That just makes for more exciting hockey, man.
Yeah, I agree. And I just couldn't believe the fact that it got to the stage where, it was after the 2-0, 2 goals by Ehlers. I thought it was going to be lockdown city. But I was surprised at the pushback, and this was from both teams because there were so many lead changes, Spec.
Yeah, great. Again, that's showing us that when the offenses are at their best, they're more effective than the defensive posture. They can't keep it out. You don't have a goalie like J.S. Giguere dressed like the Michelin Man that only leaves you tiny, tiny pockets to score on like it used to be, right? Patrick Y and the clown pants. Like we've slowly gotten control of a lot of things that killed offense in the game. You can't hook and hold anymore, right? Yeah. You can't, you don't have goalies that are completely oversized with equipment that makes us look stupid, like a lacrosse goalie. We've changed little rules like offensive zone faceoffs on power plays, and they've slowly pecked away at that era of hockey that we had with Jacques Lemaire and the Devils and the Wild and all those teams that just bored the hell out of you, the LA Kings of 2013. And I think that the hockey has I've said it a million times. Hockey's found an excellent place. Now, when a goal needs to get scored, if you're a good team, you can usually find that goal now. It's, there's not that many 1-0, 2-1 games left. And like I say, I won't mind the odd one. It's nice to see a goalie battle. I love to go to a ball game and all of a sudden it's a 2-1 game, pitcher's battle. I can do that. But don't tell me I'm going to the ball game every day and it's going to be 2-1 every game. Like, I want to see a few home runs too, right?
Yeah. I always think, Spec, now there's more of a belief that the players can get that goal. Like, it used to be like if you pulled the goalie at the end of the game and you were down by 1, well, the chances were slim and none. That was just but now there's that belief. All the players think they can score the goal to tie it.
Well, it's a way more skillful game.
Yeah.
Like the game, the way they toss pucks around now, and say in a 6-on-5 situation, the passing is way superior to where it was even 15 years ago. My theory is that, like, with the new sticks that they use, these kids now have only used those sticks. They've grown up with composite sticks, right? The Connor McDavid's never played with a wooden stick.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly the young guys like Caulfield and Suzuki and all, they never played with a wooden stick. So there was an era where I remember a trainer from Detroit telling me, Paul, what's his name? The longtime equipment guy there, Paul. Anyway, he says, we got guys using these composite sticks that shouldn't be using them because they don't know what they're doing. Right? Because they just came out and everybody had to have one. And now, like, you watch them whip pucks around with these sticks and take passes. Like, to me, taking passes with that flexible twig is the way they do it, and control pucks and move it around in one-timers. It's just the skill level so much higher. That's all. The skill level is so much higher all across the game. They shoot hard. Like Stahl ripped that puck past Hart the other night. That's just a big, hard checking guy. When he let that puck go, it was going 98 miles an hour. So it just makes for more goals, and we all like goals, man. That's what we want.
Hopefully we see some tonight. Thanks, Beck. Well, I'm off tomorrow. I'm in Chopper Lopatinsky's golf tournament, but the Duke and Eddie will be with you tomorrow morning.
All right, sounds good, Kev. Have fun. Say hi to Chop.
I will. All right, that's Mark Spector on the mark. Brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC, powered by Northgate. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com. When we come back, Frank Saravalli, Victory Plus TV at the NHL Combine in Buffalo. On the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, healing doesn't have to feel heavy, because in our SwimX aquatic therapy pools, you literally float your way to recovery. Whether you're dealing with arthritis, back pain, joint injuries, post-surgical rehab, chronic pain, balance issues, mobility challenges, or just feeling a little creaky, warm water and gentle resistance have your back, your knees, and your hips. Trusted by pro sports teams and rehab hospitals, our SwimX pools help you move sooner, hurt less, and recover faster. So take the load off. Let the water do the work. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
When thirst strikes and your energy begins to fade, one hero rises above the rest. Introducing the Superpower Smoothie from Booster Juice. A bright sun-charged burst of mangoes, bananas, and blue spirulina. An out-of-this-world smoothie, just in time for the new Supergirl movie. Discover your power and channel your inner superhero. Fly into your local Booster Juice and experience it for yourself today. And see Supergirl. Only in theaters June 26th.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Question: what do you do with your metal?
Lawn ornaments.
Statues.
I made this hat for Kitty. but it's a little heavy. Sorry, Mr. Fluffles.
At Metal Supermarkets, they encourage you to submit your creations to the Metal My Way Gallery today. You can win some great prizes. Go to metalmyway.com, a celebration of metal mastery. Proudly sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the local convenience stores for Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com. Real protection starts from the ground up. Timberland Pro Boondock Boots provide industrial grade protection and legendary durability. Their new BOA series give you unmatched fit and performance coupled with all-day anti-fatigue comfort. Find the largest selection of Timberland Boondock BOAs at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough gear for tough jobs.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
The big program, 8:21 in Edmonton. Time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, the MVP that you did not know that you needed. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
How you doing, Kevin?
Good. Hey, is that a direct flight from Raleigh to Buffalo?
No.
What is it?
It's a stop in Newark is what that is.
Okay, so Raleigh to Newark and then to Buff.
Yep.
Not bad. So you did that yesterday or what?
Yeah, I did that yesterday. Hung out at the Combine, caught up with a bunch of general managers and agents. It was a good day.
Well, let's just discuss, going to the Combine and what you wanted to accomplish, because again, that's where most of the GMs would be, I assume.
Yes. I'd say almost all of them, except for a couple. So a good place to be, pretty much the epicenter of the hockey universe. Like you literally can't walk without running into someone, whether it's an agent, a prospect, a general manager, a scout, whoever it might be. So it's a pretty awesome place to be this week.
How much do they talk about, the draft, possible trades? Is it the informalities? Is it just sort of to get the ball rolling with, initial conversations? How's that all shake down, Frank?
I think they talk about everything. And I think not to say the quiet part out loud. I mean, I think when general managers are meeting with agents, wink, wink, there may be a UFA mentioned as well. So I think everything's on the table. I think some managers are picking up where they left off at the trade deadline. I think some are starting fresh to understand the market. And I just wonder, in this all-important summer that we're all, keeping close tabs on, I talked to one manager yesterday about how things have gone this week. He just said, it's incredibly quiet. And I said, why do you think that is? And he said, well, we're all chasing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't that many difference makers. There aren't that many quality centers or defense options available. Like, we're all looking for the same exact chip.
Yeah. Do you think then the price elevates, quite a lot because this is one of those years, Frank?
I mean, that's what general market economics would suggest, right? If you have a scarcity of something that makes it that much more valuable.
Yeah. We were talking about an interesting story, Frank, with one of the players at the Combine, Jackson Culver. Do you know his story? The guy from the young kid from the Cayman Islands?
I do know his story a little bit. The fact that, he really didn't begin playing organized hockey until 13, 14 years old. It's pretty incredible to be in this spot as such a highly ranked draftee.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty neat. Just the fact, again, just to let our listeners know, he came, to Canada and from the Cayman Islands where he was playing inline hockey. I can't imagine what it would have been like, but I mean, would he be a second round guy or what are you thinking?
I think that's where he's generally been trending, is relatively early in the second round. But I'll say this about the rankings and draft boards and everything. I truly believe that this draft, more than some others, is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Like, I don't think there's a ton that really distinguishes the top 8 or 9 players in this draft. And that trickle-down effect is probably pretty real. There might be someone else that is seen as a 15th ranked skater that one team has 6th. Like, I think it's really all over the place this year.
And that's just the case because of the players being, there's not a runaway, there's not a legit number 1, 2, or whatever. Like, you've got McKenna not at number 1. A lot of people have him at number 1. So is that the consensus there?
I think the consensus is that there isn't one. And really what teams try and do when they get to this stage is find tiers of players to rank them in. And I think looking at this year, there's probably McKenna and Stenberg in the very top tier. And then the next tier is something like 3 to 8 or 9. And then maybe something like 10 to 25, something like that.
Frank Saravalli with us on Sports 1440. Did you have a chance to speak with Stan Bowman face-to-face in Buffalo?
I did not see Stan Bowman. Know that he was there. I think the Oilers have been continuing to conduct coaching interviews while they are going through the draft combine scouting process and interview process. And I think that's been certainly top of mind this week as well.
Do you think that there's something more cooking as far as the coaching front goes, or is still in sort of that holding pattern?
I'll say that I think there has been a renewed, trying to phrase this in the right way without getting anyone too excited. There's been a renewed optimism that potentially Bruce Cassidy will shake free. And since we spoke, that development really hinges on the comments from Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly about that, where he sort of hedged at the very end of his answer and said, we'll see where things end up after this series. And with that, I think he doesn't say, I've covered Bill Daly for a long time now, 2 decades. He doesn't say things on accident, and he doesn't use that as filler to end his sentence or commentary. So if he said it for a reason, and not that absolutely guarantees that Bruce Cassidy will become available. But I think Bruce Cassidy and the Oilers and maybe even the NHL are hoping that there's a resolution to this in a positive way, as opposed to the Golden Knights just sticking to their guns.
Did you have any other takeaways top of mind for you from the commissioner's availability the other day?
Not in particular. Everyone seems to be in a rush to get him out the door with a succession plan. But I'm not saying this to give out flowers or to brown nose or anything like that. I truly believe the league has never been stronger than it is right now. There are no problem franchises. There's labor peace. There's record revenue. The attention and television ratings in this country are the highest that they've ever been. It's in the best spot coming out of the Olympics with awareness that I can remember. So with all that going on, I mean, who's in a rush to get rid of the guy that put it all together?
Right. Frank Saravalli with us on Sports 1440. I just wanted to kind of circle back to the draft and the combine and next year and things like that, because this is a text that came in from the real Duke. Kindly ask Frank if David Carl looked over Landon DuPont while at the Memorial Cup, because we don't have to tell you, Frank, about the exodus of CHL players moving down south.
Right. Are you asking what exactly is the real Duke?
He's probably, what I would say, Frank, is would you expect a player like Landon DuPont, who is right now a consensus number 1 pick for next year's draft, would he leave Everett and go play at Denver under David Carl next year?
I believe the expectation, yes, is for him to leave Everett and go to the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's Denver.
You don't think it's Denver? There's been a lot more guys moving again. I mean, this is basically the CHL's turned into a feeder league here, and it's that simple.
Well, I think it speaks to a few things. Like, we've had a redistribution of talent, and it's had an impact on a couple things. One, it's weakened. There's no doubt that it's weakened the CHL, and there's no doubt that college hockey, I think, had its strongest year in terms of overall player talent pool, top to bottom. So, look, I think that's the biggest thing that, as a sport, we've struggled to evaluate. And I actually talked to a general manager about this yesterday. We were talking about just how big it is to make that jump from the CHL to the NCAA. And a lot of people have been critical at times of, like, let's say a Keaton Verhoff, or even at some points this year, Gavin McKenna and his production. And I know that his numbers were skewed a little bit by an 8-point game for Penn State. But some of those guys, like, take a Carson Karls, for instance, that's going from the WHL to the NCAA next year to play at North Dakota. His exact line was, Carson Karls next year is going to have the season that Keaton Verhoff had this year. He's just 1 year ahead of it, because it is such a jump that that player is expected to struggle. And now, as more top talent floods to the NCAA, it's only going to become more difficult. I think it really is the second best hockey league in the world.
You're saying it's ahead of the American Hockey League?
Yeah, and the KHL,
well,
top to bottom.
I won't give you that, Frank, but it's a way ahead of where the CHL is right now, for sure. Hey, wanted to just circle back to the PWHL, and when does the Professional Writers Association, pardon me, disclosure come out, say for Norris Trophy voting? We have 46 writers of the Professional Hockey League Writers Association not have Evan Bouchard on the ballot. Thoughts on that?
Ballots, to answer your question, ballots will be released at the conclusion of all the awards being handed out.
Okay.
Look, you're picking the wrong guy to have the conversation with. I'm one of 12 that had Evan Bouchard as number 1 on his ballot.
And I know that. I know you were right up there, Frank. And I'll be honest, to me, if he's not, and we all know he wasn't 1, 2, or 3 because he wasn't a finalist, but how can 46 writers not have him on their top 5?
I don't know. I mean, I struggle with that. I think what I truly believe is the answer to your question, and no one's really going to like to hear this or for me to say it, is that people don't watch. The narrative was in place that Evan Bouchard is a turnover machine, and they see the 12-second clip that gets posted on social media, and they don't watch the Oilers on a night-to-night basis. Maybe they watch them when they come through their town, or they catch a highlight here or there. But that so many of the voters at times are kind of just plugged into their own market, and they don't see a lot that happens outside of it on enough of a regular basis, or don't stay up late, or whatever it is. Like, it's not laziness. I think it's a bias toward what everyone said Evan Bouchard was for a while. And to be totally fair, it was a bias that I myself had to get over and truly look at his season through a different lens.
Yeah. So where do you come out with the Jack Adams, where Lindy Ruff was left off basically a third of the voting ballots? A little different because there's only the 1, 2, 3 instead of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I actually understand that one a little bit easier. And my thought process with Lindy Ruff, and it's not to knock him, I don't think Lindy Ruff did anything different. I don't think he coached the last 60 games differently than the first 20. I don't think what he did this year is different than any of the 20-plus seasons that he's been an NHL head coach.
Mm-hmm.
The team had success. They went on a run, and the run started with the general manager getting fired. Does that mean I think Lindy Ruff did a bad job? Not at all. I think he did a fantastic job. But he didn't change the Buffalo Sabres season. That's not what happened, and he didn't become a better coach along the way.
Mm-hmm. What's the travel schedule, Frank? Do you just go to Vegas, or what are you doing?
I actually just landed back at home, and I'm going to be at home base and continuing to work on some off-season stuff before heading back out to the Cup final at some point.
I can't keep track of you, Frank. I thought you were still in Raleigh, and then people were texting in this morning. No, he was in Buffalo last night. I can't keep track of you.
I went Raleigh, Buffalo, home.
Man, how do you do it?
It was a week, and it's only Thursday.
All right, Frank, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Tuesday. Enjoy game number 2 tonight.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, Frank Saravalli, Victory Plus TV, our headliner of the day. Brought to you by Mr. Reuter, batting 1,000 against clogs. That's mrreuter.ca. Well, Frank thinks, Landon Dupont, that would say it's UND, right, Duke? For North Dakota, for him, just following
yeah, kind of. And we saw another commitment to Denver get announced yesterday in Jackson Rudolph.
Yeah.
With his expectation to go there. And we know about Carson Carl's going to UND. So it does kind of seem like those are the most prominent ones, I guess.
It's getting a little crazy, Duke. It's just basically like, to me now it's out of hand. Like when you're basically handpicking the CHL players that are the very, very best, and they're going to a couple programs.
Well, like you said it's essentially just become the feeder league. And if you look at how college sports and, with this specific focus on college hockey has changed, that you still have to recruit, because I would think that there's several schools that would have been interested in the services of Jackson Rudolph or Carson Carls and Landon Dupont moving forward. But I do wonder, for a guy like in the draft eligible year, what we just saw from Gavin McKenna and Veerhoff, compared to what we're maybe now going to see from the likes of Carls and Rudolph, where they're going draft +1. I'm still of the inclination that you're better suited to keep playing the WHL schedule or format against kids more your own age. And there's exceptions. Some guys are further along developed, and physically certainly plays a role in that. But as we said, we didn't see McKenna or Veerhoff light the NCAA on fire, despite the fact they're both going to be top 10 picks.
And I mean, like, the CHL is so watered down now.
Oh, for sure it is.
So watered down.
For sure it is. And it's unfortunate, because the bottom, one of the criticisms of the CHL across all three leagues for forever has been that the bottom end, right? These bottom teams, they're in remote locations, or they're the town cities in which they reside are not, they don't have the glitz and glam attraction. And guys just straight up say, like, if you draft me in the Bantam draft, I'm not going to go there, or they want out. And all of a sudden, like, how do you ever get out of that cycle when this is the nature of it? And now you add the college hockey element in with NIL on top of that all of a sudden now you can get paid on your name, image, and likeness to play hockey as a non-professional. That's only going to make it worse. And we've already seen it. The bottom end is just going to get more bottom, and you're still going to see maybe teams like the London Knights and the Edmonton Oil Kings, and these teams that have premier facilities and are in larger metro areas and provide more opportunity and exposure. Yeah, they might still get some pretty decent talent, but it's likely that they're still going to leave at some point or another, whether that's after 1 year or after 3 years.
I wonder down the road, and maybe we're going to lose teams like Swift Current.
Yeah. I think that is becoming an inevitability at this point, that the league is going to shrink. At all three leagues, across all three divisions of the CHL.
When we come back, we'll get to more of your text, 833-401-1440. Top of the hour, we got Michael Chan, Edmonton Oil Kings' new general manager, on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
The sun's out, the pavement's warm, and that low rumble of a Harley rolling by? Oh yeah, that's calling your name. This is riding season, and if you've been thinking about a new ride, Harley-Davidson of Edmonton has the one that'll get your heart pumping. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, there's one waiting for you, whether you're upgrading or just getting started. And while you're there, ask about test rides, because the only way to know is to ride it. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980, or at hdedmonton.com.
Summer weekends in Alberta mean one thing: tournament season.
I brought the folding chairs. I brought the sunscreen. I brought the umbrella, just in case.
But who brought the snacks to get through a doubleheader?
I got Alberta's best beef jerky.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky, the ultimate sideline fuel. Whether you're cheering on the kids or watching the pros, load up on Alberta's best beef jerky.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky, because you can't have summer fun with salad. Only available in Leduc.
It doesn't start on game day. It starts before kickoff, before the first snap. It starts with you locking in your season seats. This is Edmonton Elks football. The only way to experience it is being there for every hit, catch, and touchdown. The Elks home opener kicks off June 20th against Montreal. Your season seats are your way in. Get yours now at goelks.com/season seats. Edmonton Elks. Our city, our year. Mr. Rooter buries evidence in the desert.
I didn't mean to do it. I was forced into it. Yeah, forced. But now, no one will ever know. You've done well, Mr. Rooter. You did something awful, but you've covered your tracks. It's done. The last transcript that shows I did a semester of nutrition school.
Uncover evidence of the proudest plumber, Mr. Rooter.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Your favorite teams, your favorite sports. This spring, catch all the action at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house. The finals are here, and Selly's has game day food and drink specials, plus a championship menu with something for everyone. From great goals to thrilling three-pointers to huge home runs. Spring brings the best to the big screens at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers, and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
Your game, your station. Sports 1440.
And watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:44 in Edmonton. Duke, you wanted to go deep into the depths here. Little Keith Whitley, huh?
Well, you just got me thinking about it when you're talking with Coach Killam about his pump up tracks and how you were disappointed there wasn't any like throwback country music. Kevin,
not anything.
You and I come from a similar ilk where we love that stuff.
Old souls,
and listening to it can maybe get us fired up in a way that it wouldn't others. You really think that playing Johnny Cash Take any Johnny Cash song and playing it during warm-up of a CFL football game would not be met with an incredible amount of criticism and ire by the players and fans in the building alike.
You could get some toe tap and Johnny Cash stuff.
Come on now.
Come on now. Yeah.
Come on now.
I was just thinking anything like, retro for him. Maybe some.
If anything, I would have been thinking more like, like headbanger, hairband, rock and roll or something.
It's funny though. Not many people notice that. I said, what the hell is it's his coach.
It is funny that you noticed that. And then coach says like, yeah, I didn't think they were going to put it up there and say that it was my picks or something.
Oh,
that is a good laugh.
Text 833-401-1440. Got to get back to Tim because it was a thing that I brought up earlier with Speck about Jaromir Jagr's ex-teammates that are in the finals. And you can look at it two ways. Some people thought this ended in 2022 when that was basically the last time an NHL player. But if you want to call it the Stanley Cup final teammate streak, 2022 is when Andre Palat, that was when some felt it ended, but they count this on one of the lists that I looked at because he was a teammate of Jaromir Jagr's at the Olympics. So a little bit of a stretch, not NHL, but still remarkable to have 40, from 1980 to 2026, 46 years of a teammate of Jaromir Jagr's that played in the Stanley Cup final. So text 833-401-1440. A lot of people talking about our discussion about CHL, NCAA, and players leaving draft year, or as Duke said, 1 year after the draft year, which would be the situation for some players that will be drafted this year. And then if you look at how he's comparing it, and Duke compared it to like Keaton Verhoff, left last year, and he's going to be a top 5 or 6 draft pick this year. But it's a simple fact. I mean, the CHL is getting screwed here by the NCAA. And that's the way it is because it's about NIL. It's about the opportunity to play probably lesser schedule. You can build up your body with more training. You're only playing on the weekends. The travel isn't nutso. So there's so many ways to look at this for sure. 833-401-1440. MTR says, that's a sickening thought, boys. I love the CHL. Well, we all do, but it just, I'm not saying it's dying on the vine here, but look at it. I mean, you see the caliber of play compared to NCAA hockey. It's not even close anymore. But I'll tell you what, and I disagree with Frank. Frank saying that the NCAA is the second best league in the world. Not a chance. No way.
We still see the college hockey players play in the AHL after they're done in college. I thought that was a little out there.
It's like Frank when he talked about the USHL beating the CHL teams in the Memorial Cup. I mean, he's just doing it to raise some crap and whatever, but it's not even close. Cat Dad says, wouldn't some of the athletes also do it so they can get an education? Well, the problem is, Cat Dad, the high caliber players that go there are they're not staying for a long term to get their education. They're not. That's just a simple fact. They're out of there. They're gone. I don't like Wesley Snipes is my buddy Snipes. Keith Whitley should go back to bartending. Well, what's wrong with Keith Whitley? First of all, it would be the bartending in the sky, Duke. It's been gone for how many years now? Lacombe Rocket says teams like Red Deer keep trading their valuable players. And again, the coach resigned. Yeah. Mark Habscheid resigned. Duke. Coach resigned. The cost for season tickets keeps increasing. Nothing given back to the fans. In Central Alberta, the Black Bulldogs cost is half the cost of the Rebels and can be just as entertaining. I'm not going to disagree with you, man. I mean, the cost to run a junior hockey team are astronomical to when you look at just little things. It's billets, it's the buses, it's the rink, it's everything. The cost to run a junior team is crazy. Richard says, so they can't start their education? Well, yeah, they can. But tell me, Richard, what profession would you be doing? And you're going to go, and listen, you think these guys are taking rocket surgery in the NCAA? They're taking the easiest workload that they can because two things. Well, they're making a little bit of NIL money, nothing comparable to what that we see in football and basketball, but it's a tiny little bit. It's more than they get for playing in Medicine Hat like Gavin McKenna. But once you think that they're going to worry about what their education is, once they've racked up 10, 15, 20 million, maybe more, 30 million over the course of their career, these are all guys that are going to make entry-level contracts that are, they're going to be $1 million a year. I think education is, unfortunately, I'm not saying it's, but unfortunately, it's not why they are going. They are going to play hockey, and that is it. Crow's Nest Oilers says, hey, fellas, thoughts on the players NHLPA nominating and voting on the NHL awards? I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not against that. They do one already, and that's the most valuable player, the Ted Lindsay Trophy. So they do that already. Maybe they don't want to do them for the rest of the trophies, the rest of the awards. Don't know. Brew Crew says, KK, listening to your discussion with Frank, people vote without research. They just look at any election. So if you actually look at the issues, Bouchard was proven at the Worlds. He's a key player in making the team better. Great show, guys. Thanks, Brew Crew. And Frank said it. There is a bias towards your own team. Look at the votes. And I agree that's why you can't compare the Norris to the Jack Adams for one thing, because it's a 1, 2, 3 voting system. The Norris is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How you cannot have Evan Bouchard, how you can have him as a top 5 defenseman for 46 professional writers of the NHL. That is so befuddling. That's the one that you cannot believe. And once, as Frank says, this disclosure comes out, those 46 writers have to be taken to task. They have to be, their names have to be out there, and people have to ask, why? We all knew that Evan Bouchard wasn't going to be in the top 3 because the finalists were announced. And I'll be honest, that wasn't as bad as him not being on the top 5 of 46. 46 writers left him off the ballot. Brad Stewart says the NCAA is essentially a minor pro athletic system in all sports. Extremely tough to compete for any privately funded junior league in Canada. For sure. That's what we're saying, man. That is what we are saying. Was Nick Saban in front of, was it Congress or what is it, yesterday? And he was talking about the amount of money that was doled out for NIL money when he was at Alabama, and how much it increased every year. And it is crazy. And there were coaches, I think it was the guy at Notre Dame, the athletic director. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. I was watching a little bit on C-SPAN yesterday, Duke. Just kidding. I thought I did the Kramer thing, Kramer thing. But no, I did see something about it, him discussing about having a super league in NCAA. And he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. So coming up at the top of the hour, looking forward to a conversation with Michael Chan, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager. Hey, his right-hand man now is going to be Jamie Jackson. So the director of scouting was Michael Chan's old job. But you think about being a GM, and this is all the things we've been talking about with Frank and for the last 15 minutes or so, because you have to be able to navigate this right now, because the NCAA is knocking on the door for every player that you want on your team, and they're offering more than you can offer. It is not an easy time to be a general manager, but Michael Chan is undertaking this, and it's going to be a hell of a ride for him because he has absolutely worked his nuts off to get to where he is. Also, Ladislav Schmid sliding in around 9:30, and Ryan Clark from the NHL on ESPN. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update, brought to you by All-Star Construction, they shape and build Edmonton communities, specializing in underground utilities like power, like gas, like telecommunications, and even street lighting. That is All-Star Construction. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals last night lived up to the hype. The Knicks take it 105-95 over the San Antonio Spurs from Texas. Jalen Brunson, terrific for the Knicks. 30 points, shooting 12 of 31 from the field to lead them to a 1-0 series of victory. Victor Wembanyama, 26 points on the board, but shooting just 6 of 21 from the field, including 2 of 9 from beyond the arc. In the CEBL last night, the Edmonton Stingers drop another close one. This at the hands of the Brampton Honey Badgers, 87-86, the final from Ontario. And in the majors yesterday, full slate of games, including the Toronto Blue Jays, dropping a second straight in Atlanta to the Braves, 7-3. Nathan Lucas homering in the loss for Toronto. Elsewhere, Baltimore loses to Boston, 8-1. The Yankees again fall to Cleveland, 5-4. And in the Phillies, 3-2 win over San Diego. Ace Christopher Sanchez scoreless inning streak comes to an end at 50 2/3, tied for the 5th longest in Majors history. Blue Jays off the field also making a move yesterday as they acquired Simeon Woods Richardson from the Minnesota Twins. The starting pitcher comes in to help a depleted full Blue Jays rotation. Woods Richardson, a former top prospect of the Jays, was sent to Minnesota in the Jose Barrios trade. And the Edmonton Riverhawks last night, they win over Victoria 13-11 the final. Rivercats generating the 13 runs off of 11 hits. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by new Edmonton Oil Kings General Manager Michael Chan. We'll hear today's edition of Cam and Eggs and also be joined by our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Expand your brand with Fusion Promo Marketing. Fusion is your trusted partner for all things branded merch and apparel. Thousands of products perfect for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact because our team is built on second chances and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit hiregood.ca or call and mention Jason Greger for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and this is the time of the year most RV stores wish their lot was full. At the new RV stores, product is trickling in, mostly just for taking orders. But having an RV on order doesn't mean much when the weather's great for camping today.
No Bull has hundreds of quality used RVs on the lot now. Right, Rick?
That's right, Bob. Walk into No Bull RV today and you could be in the great outdoors next weekend. No waiting, no hoping it'll be here by summer, just the perfect used trailer, motorhome, fifth wheel, or toy hauler that you need.
And every RV at No Bull is one of a kind.
Every family is one of a kind too, Bob. Think we can't find the perfect one for you? Take a look around. At No Bull, you'll save thousands compared to the cost of a new RV. You can build your summer plan on hope Or you can know for sure and ask about our Camp Ready service plan when you're here to make this the best summer yet.
And that's
NoBullRV.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9 o'clock in Edmonton. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we take care of your vehicle and your vehicle only. Your focus is to enjoy the summer drive and worry-free. Book your appointment at fountaintire.com today as we welcome in Michael Chan, the new Edmonton Oil Kings General Manager. Good morning, Michael. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. Really appreciate it. And, hey, congratulations on the new gig, big guy.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
So, hey, when you told your family, because I mean, they're on this journey with you together, your family and friends, what was their reaction? Because you worked a lot of years and worked really hard to get to this position. What did they say when you told them, Michael?
Yeah, lots of people were happy for me, and lots of people have helped me along the way, which I'm certainly thankful for. My longtime girlfriend was obviously Haley was able to be at the press conference, and my parents were able to be there too. Probably a little along the way, they were wondering what I was doing exactly with my career and stuff, but now they've been supportive, and it's been a good journey so far.
Yeah. So, like, even go back before the Oil Kings when you're at the University of Alberta. What did your parents say? What are you doing? You want to be video coach? What the hell is this all about, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, just because it's certainly an unconventional career path. There's not really a template or pamphlet to follow that people have done. So obviously it's natural that there's a bit of concern and stuff. So kind of made them the promise that if I hadn't got something going in after the first year or so, that we'd go back to something a little more normal, I guess.
Well, I have to ask you, so even going back to the U of A days, and you're just starting out, and you, as a video coach, you'd grab a guy like, say, a Johnny Lazo or a Sean Ringrose into the video room and say this or that. Would they look at you and go, what the heck are you? Why am I listening to this young guy coming in here and telling me what I'm doing?
Yeah, probably a little bit. I'm sure that's part of it. That's part of being a young person in the industry, but you got to put in the work, I think, and, inspire that confidence from them into you. And I think kind of the thing I found along the way of working with players and stuff is I don't know if selfish is the right word too, but if they think you can make them better, they're usually willing to listen. So you got to be able to put that on yourself to bring that to the table. And I found after that, they're usually pretty open-minded.
Mm-hmm. What was different about, doing video sessions with guys from the U of A compared to when you moved to the Oil Kings and dealing with a younger group? What was that transition like for you?
Yeah, I thought it was good. It was like, because I did start at the older age group, it was a little intimidating at first. Obviously, Ian Herbers and Stan Marple were there to kind of help me along. And then I actually did feel like, because they were younger, even if a lot of the players were maybe higher caliber, so to speak, like guys that were going on to the NHL and stuff, that they were at a younger age and they were really willing to listen, and the skills development and the video stuff was really kind of taking off kind of in the mid 2010s there. And it seemed to be a good time to kind of be able to get into that role and help a lot of the players out by doing that.
Edmonton Oil Kings GM Michael Chan with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So after several years with the Oil Kings as video coach, you move into the director of scouting role. Can you just maybe tell our listeners about that transition for you?
Yeah, it was something I'd kind of talked about getting into over the years. Like when I was starting off with the Oil Kings, Randy Hanch kind of got me started in that realm of things. And then when Kirk came on after I finished my second year with the Oil Kings, he started to involve me a little more and more each year with the draft process and going out to see games and stuff at the bigger tournaments. And then I left for a year to be the video coach with the Toronto Marlies of the AHL. And then the position of director of scouting opened up. And then we'd gotten along so well over the prior 2 years and worked well together that he asked me to come back and kind of be in charge of the scouting and the drafts and whatnot with the Oil Kings. So it was an awesome opportunity.
So now, being president of hockey ops and general manager, you're going to be working really close with your director of scouting, Jamie Jackson. Can you maybe just speak of that evolution between the two of you and how you guys are going to work so closely together?
Yeah, me and Jamie met. I think we met in 2017. We were working at Team Canada World Under 17 Challenge Camp in the summer. He was living in Vancouver. I was living in Edmonton. Brought him onto the scouting staff in 2021 with the Oil Kings, and he's been working with different junior A teams. And he was most recently with NAX U18 Prep as their head coach, working with a lot of the kind of first round caliber WHL picks from the last 2 years. And we have a good relationship. He's been a trusted voice in our draft room and our draft process, kind of being a bit of a cross checker with the kind of the main part of our list the past few years. And I'm excited for him to step into the role full time and for us to work together every day.
Michael, what do you think the biggest challenges are going to be for you in your first year as a GM of this team?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is just going to be the mindset of like getting outside of sometimes as a scout, you're so focused on the players and the information and you get really zeroed in. And I think part of the challenge from coming from that side of things in the last 5 years is just going to be able to zoom out and trust Jamie with that part of things, and then seeing the bigger picture and making sure everything's running smoothly and that all the resources are in place for all the players and staff to be able to have success.
We were talking quite extensively this morning because we brought it up with Frank Saravalli about, the situation with the NCAA and, basically taking some of the top players from the CHL, and you're well aware of that. How do you navigate that situation, Michael?
Yeah, I think navigating that is understanding that there's certainly some overall trends that have been taking place in the last 2 years since the rule change happened. I don't know if it's the case of the pendulum swinging too far to one side over the other. I think that's going to play itself over the next few years. But I think in terms of how we approach it, it has to be with the individual player and how each player is responding to the environment and making sure that the Oil Kings are a good fit for that player and just being in constant communication of what their needs are and what they're looking for in their development. And I think at the end of the day, leaving them with the feeling that they've been pushed to a higher level by our team and our staff. And I think that's going to leave us in a better spot overall when things shake out of in terms of player retention.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. It's a tight rope. It's tough to look at both sides here because there's just so many players that are the exodus of players leaving it's crazy to think of where the league was a couple of years ago. Michael Chan with us, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager. Let's look at your rosters. So who do you lose from last year as far as overagers and guys that might not be coming back next year?
Yeah, so overagers, we're losing Miroslav Holinka, who's their second leading scorer, Carter Sutherland at 70-ish points as a D-man, and then Austin Zemlak, who came back from Arizona State halfway through the year, was a defenseman, kind of a two-way defenseman for us. So those will be the overagers we're losing. We'll be losing Ethan McKenzie, played on the World Junior team, defenseman, Gavin Hodnett, our captain, Landon Hansen, who was in our top 5 leading scorers. We'll be losing Max Curran, a European 19-year-old player. Adam Jekko signed with St. Louis, so he'll be gone too. And then also losing Andrew O'Neill, who came to our team last year from the U.S. national team development program.
So I mean,
there's quite a few departures, but
yeah,
a lot of opportunity.
Exactly. Tons of opportunity here because you've got some great young talent that you have recruited and others have recruited and drafted. So maybe just speak to some of those younger players where that opportunity is knocking on the door for them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunity. Unfortunate with the way our playoffs ended, we had a lot of injuries, but kind of with those injuries happening, we had a chance to see guys step up to, more featured roles in the lineup. And I think two players I've talked about that did an extremely good job of that were Aaron Obafifo and Caden Strader up front. They were put into top 6 roles as the playoffs went along, and they were two of our stronger players when the games got harder. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with a few of the other returning forwards like Kandrew Gosick and Luke Powell, who are older players that were everyday players when they were in the lineup. And then on the back end, we're losing quite a few guys, but we're returning 2 young veteran D who now have 2 full-time years in the league, and Noah Tiamu and Josh Lee. They're 2 talented defensemen we think are ready for top 4 roles, and we're returning Reese Peterson, a 20-year-old as well. So, and then in goal, we have both goalies returning, which I think is going to be extremely important to get us off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, you got that experience in goal. The younger goaltender that came up in the playoffs, and Elias Matrikis, maybe just touch on him. He's still a young guy. He's like a 16-year-old, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be this coming year is a 16-year-old season, so it'd be his first year. Elias he's a goalie we're really excited about, much like we feel similar to him as we did about Parker Snell 2 years ago, who was drafted 2 years before him. He's an athletic, very intelligent goalie, reads the game well, and he's always seemed to be able to keep his teams in games with his academy team at North Shore Winter Club in Vancouver. He's kind of had 2 teams that are at the bottom of the standings the last 2 years, and I think he was able to put over a 920 in his draft year and over a 910 last year as a first year at the U18 level. So we're excited about him, and he's going to be at our development camp here this weekend that we're doing with Tri-City. So.
Mm-hmm. Speak of that development camp, bringing it up. How does it work with the 2 teams?
Yeah, so it's something we started last year with Bob Torrey and the Tri-City Americans. It just seemed to be a better fit for them with not having to have the families in Western Canada travel as far to Kennewick, Washington. And we kind of split up on our own and we get together for the games. So we'll have some practices and different skill sessions and skating sessions with various different coaches on the Friday. And then we'll do some team building activities. All the boys will stay together at the McEwen dorms, and we'll have a weekend set up for them with some nutrition info and sports performance information as well. And then kind of on the Saturday and Sunday, we have 3 sets of games scheduled with Tri-City, and we're going to mix the teams up together just so it's not like us against them as much. And it's more of, we're hoping it's competitive, but it's not them going out to kill each other. So it was a really productive weekend last year, and we're hoping it's going to be the same this year.
So we're looking mostly just at 15-year-olds here, Michael, or?
Yeah, it's going to be mostly actually 16 and 17-year-olds. We thought it gave a pretty good chance kind of at the beginning of the summer just to see where everyone was at. And it's a really good level of competition with all the teams being full of WHL prospects. And then we're bringing in the first few picks of our most recent draft for them to kind of meet everyone.
Michael Chan with us on Sports 1440. I know it's a long ways away, but most of these younger players moving forward. How does your leadership group look like moving forward? As you say, you lost some key older guys.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something people are going to have to grow into. Reese Peterson's coming back as a 20-year-old as one of our assistant captains. Looking forward to Aaron Obafifo, who I mentioned, who's going to be 19, to step into a leadership role. And I think that Josh Lee and Noah Tiamu have some quiet leadership to them that's going to be able to be developed, and some guys down the lineup are going to be able to establish themselves as leaders as they turn into everyday players and kind of show, I think, everyone around the team what they're about every day with their actions more than their words. So I think that'll be interesting to see everything play out in the first part of the season here.
Yeah, Noah Tamu and Josh Lee, it's quite the difference between, stature players, smaller, bigger, and what they offer. Isn't that? Do you think can they be playing together? You think, or what do you? I know
they have played together in the past. Like they're a bit of yin and yang, I guess you could say. Like Noah's 6'2", 230 plus pounds, and Josh is 5'8", maybe, and 150 pounds. But they're both incredibly gifted and bring different strengths to the table. So they have played well together in the past, and I think we just want to see what the chemistry. We know they can play together, but I think we want to maybe see what the chemistry looks like with other players and getting to develop the pairings and whatnot.
What have your initial conversations been like with the coaching staff here, Michael? With Jason Smith leading the way here.
Yeah, it's been good. We've been obviously I've been around for a long time, so I'm down in the office most days. I'm home, and the relationship between Jason and the assistants and all the trainers has been pretty good from day one. Was able to spend some time last week with Jason in Kelowna out at the Memorial Cup. We had some GM meetings and stuff, so me and Jason spent a day out there, and I think it's kind of not looking to upend the apple cart and just kind of business as usual, and we'll just keep doing our thing. And as things kind of pop up, we'll read and react to them as a group and as a team, and just keep moving our way forward here.
Well, you mentioned the entire staff. I mean, is Rogan Dean entering his 50th year with the club, Michael?
It seems like it, and he's definitely an invaluable part of the organization. He does so much stuff behind the scenes, and you hear about even like NHL people talk about how much the equipment managers and the athletic therapists matter. But even at our level, it's like he's been the guy that's been here the whole time. So when players like they come in and they're 14 and they leave when they're 20, sometimes it's like he's been with them the whole time. Like you spend probably more time around him than their parents in that amount of time. So he's been an invaluable part of our organization for a very long time. So we appreciate everything he does.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, congratulations once again. And I still remember you at the Bears starting out. That's over a dozen years ago, and with Herbie and as you said, Stan, and I think even Fernando Pisani was there at the time. I think.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that's time sure flies, but you've really worked your butt off to get where you are. Best of luck, and congratulations, and thanks for coming on today. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, Kevin.
Michael Chan, the new general manager of the Edmonton Oil Kings. Again, they got the development camp this weekend with Tri-City. That's a neat idea, too, to have the two teams, and you get a different look, a different perspective for sure with another team being a part of it. That's the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And again, book your appointment at fountaintire.com. We focus on one thing and one thing only. It is your vehicle. When we come back, I think we'll have another edition of Cam and Eggs. It'll be number 37. 3 dozen and one. Maybe that's what it'll have, eh? 3 dozen.
Are you like going out of your way to keep extra close track of the days now instead of just like trying to remember off the top of your head to try and hold Cam more accountable, or to see if he is trying to yank your chain a little bit? He's trying to screw me around is what he's trying to. Hey, we had a really good conversation, and I urge you to check out his 2-minute warning about Chris Cuthbert. Yeah. And even, did you see the video part of it? Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. Was that AI too again, Duke, or what? You have to think so. I thought Tater probably did the animation. Sketching it out and then handing it over to our crack tech team here of Josh, Donovan, and Mackenzie, and then they animate it using advanced software. The same stuff the guys are using over at Disney and Pixar. Yeah, right. So I saw the animation, or what do you want to call it, a caricature of Gregor? Yeah. Okay, come on. Whoever types in the information and says, okay, you got to make this guy look like that guy. Yeah. I think I had a pretty similar thing, because I also saw, I was like, that's Gregor? Yeah. Come on now. Let's be honest. Yeah, we got to get that up. Can we get that? We got to get that up for our listeners this morning. Text 833-401-1440. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Are new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more? Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
You may get up early, but more than likely, the team at GS Construction have already gotten up before you, grabbed a coffee, headed to the site, and started their day. So while Edmonton wakes up, GS crews are already underground, quietly keeping things moving, upgrading, and laying the new underground infrastructure for our growing city. If you're the kind of person who goes to sleep with their steel-toed boots on, GS Construction wants to hear from you. We're looking for a maintenance foreman as well as a building and yard attendant. Visit gsconstruction.ca for more.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
It's like a locker room, minus the smell.
Ew.
Kevin Karius brings the banter, the buzz, and the bold sports talk. Weekday mornings from 7 to 11 on Sports 1440, Edmonton's home for sports.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Fuel prices got you down? Subaru's here to pick you up. Subaru's electric and hybrid vehicles will save the day, helping you go further for less. Prefer a gas vehicle? Subaru Crosstrek and Impreza are built to keep costs low without sacrificing capability. Crosstrek was named 2025 Auto Trader Best Subcompact SUV, and Impreza has earned top safety pick recognition for 17 years running. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca.
All the protection you want, none of the weight. Introducing Timberland Pro's Boondock Ultra Light Work Boots. The lightest Boondock yet, with the Timberland durability you expect. Conquer long shifts, move faster, and work safer with all-day comfort in a lightweight package. Find your Boondock Ultralights now at all three of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
The Kevin Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
Wow, Duke. You're going back to the old days here, eh?
Canadian legend.
It's almost like this is Playlist Friday. Someone requested that.
Every day is Playlist Friday for me.
Yes, it is. Now, do you remember, did you go to Bears games when Michael Chan was the video coach there? You must have gone.
I would
like his
think so, based on just the timeline.
2013 to 2016.
Oh, yeah.
ballpark.
Yeah, I would have been there lots.
Oh,
That would have been the peak. I would have been going almost every weekend.
You probably, you know what? You could have got a job as his assistant.
I should have.
You
Look,
imagine.
I was preoccupied with other things at that time.
Booze and broads.
Among my studies, of course.
Oh, come on. Well, whatever. Yeah. Here, I'll tell you what. Here's the text from Lacombe Rocket. Gavin McKenna on Spitting Chicklets was asked what class he was taking that day. He said fly fishing.
I never took any fly fishing classes.
What was the worst class you took?
Like worse in what way? Like worse, like the most laughable, or
Yes.
worse than like the class I enjoyed the least?
The most laughable, the one that you paid money to go sit in this classroom.
Well, it's a little bit of a tangent to that. Paleo 200, which went by the more common name of Dino 101. But I took it. It was an online class, so I still had to watch lectures as part of like you have to like prove that you watch them by like completing them. You kind of get the check mark or whatever.
Was watching Jurassic Park part of this,
that was my say. No, they were all video lectures, and then you do your quizzes at the end of each module, and then you actually go in person to write your midterm and your final.
Yeah.
I did really well in that class.
Wow.
That was a nice science credit towards my BA. Yeah, and it's even 200 level, Paleo 200.
Ooh.
So that was probably like I grew up loving dinosaurs. Jurassic Parks were my favorite.
You could have been one of those people down in Drumheller, Duke.
A paleontologist.
Well, it's just maybe an assistant, not a.
Well, you got to like work your way up. You start as an assistant, and then you go back for your master's, and eventually become a doctor. Like in Jurassic Park, Dr. Alan Grant.
You know what? I picture
Sam
you,
O'Neill.
Instead of you doing it all with those little fancy brushes, I see you with those great big steel brushes, just pounding the snot out of these bones.
I see myself attaching like
No.
shivving down the end of a toothbrush like they have, but then attaching it to like a skill saw. So then I don't have to brush by hand. I'm just like pulling the trigger on the skill saw, and it's back and forth.
Sasha says he took it as well. The easiest biopsych credits available at the U of A.
I liked the class.
Sad.
It didn't. I mean, part of the reason why I liked it is because A, I didn't have to go to class. I could just watch them from the comfort of my desk, and B, it was pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
Easy A.
Better get to another edition of Cam and Eggs. I believe this one will be XXXVII. Is that 37? Number 37 with Tater.
Cam and Eggs, order 37. Before we get into anything else this morning, oh my goodness gracious, Penhold Randy is okay. Penhold Randy is okay. He texted in on the text line 833-401-1440 yesterday morning, a little before 8:30, saying he thought he was having a stroke. Because of how Cam sounded on Cam and Eggs, that's a lot to process. Now, here's what happened. There was a technical glitch with the voice generator thing. You know, the thing? That's the explanation, not the excuse. There's a difference. The letter E. I've always thought the letter E stands for execute, not excuse. So, we execute better. Moving on. Here's the thing, Randy. With the guy with cerebral palsy, when I go on a 5-dayer, I get out of the wheelchair and walk a straight line. Yesterday morning sounded like a 5-dayer. It was not a 5-dayer. It was a glitch. But, you know. And look, live broadcasting goes sideways. It happens to everyone. Tom Brenneman, Fox Sports, Hall of Fame baseball voice, caught on a hot mic during a Reds broadcast using a slur. Tried to apologize on air, interrupted himself mid-apology to call a Nick Castellanos home run. Career-altering moment. Live, on air, gone. Tim Saunders, Philadelphia Flyers radio, veteran play-by-play voice. Thought the broadcast went to commercial. It did not. Said something on a live mic that you cannot say on a live mic. Suspended 2 games, apologized, said it was an error in judgment. It was a Thursday night in December. The mic was on. Tim Saunders did not know that. Jim Nantz, the voice of the Masters, CBS. The 2026 Masters broadcast missed camera shots, delayed action, taped footage that looked live. Cameras couldn't even find the approach shots on 18. Nantz stood up after and acknowledged the hiccups. Said live TV involves mistakes. said his crew is still the best in the business. Jim Nance. These are not small names. So if the voice generator had a rough Wednesday morning on a sports show in central Alberta, that company is in good company. Big company. Warm, humbling company. Penhold Randy, glad you're with us. Glad it wasn't a stroke. Text line is always open, 833-401-1440. We apologize. We execute better tomorrow. And it leads to a most profound and timely question. Anyone want to go on a 5-dayer? Back this afternoon with the GG man, Governor Gregor, and one question worth asking. Is the CHL in trouble? Cam and Eggs, Sports 1440.
Thanks, Tater. We just had another edition of Cam and Eggs. And yeah, we had yesterday, Tater, his AI thing kind of was a little glitchy. And so a lot of people texted in and some great stories about Brendan Minnan and Saunders. And a lot of people have said a lot of things on the air over the years and wish they could have taken them back, or they wish they had a do-over. Didn't know they had a live mic. That's the big thing. That is a big thing. A live mic. You even if the mic is off, the rule that you're taught, still don't say anything because you never know. It's a little different. I mean, Tater, that's a computer thing. What happened with the broadcasters that he was talking about, way, way different. Hey, when we come back, Ladislav Schmid is here. It's the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Good to go. Good to go.
With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. Mortgagestogo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly, guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say,
I'm good to go.
Craving a dining experience that rises above the rest? Head to Summit Restaurant in the Silent Ice Center, just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Savor exceptional house-made pizza, delectable entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails in a stylish, modern atmosphere. Perfect for a casual meal or a special night out. Summit offers a refined experience where every bite and sip reflects our dedication to quality. Elevate your dining experience. Make Summit Restaurant your destination tonight.
Jason Gregor isn't just a sports guy. He's a community builder with over $3 million raised for local charities. And his Gregor Foundation, he's making a difference on and off the air. Check out Gregor weekday afternoons on Sports 1440.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
For the most physically demanding jobs, Carhartt's Rugged Flex technology provides extra stretch where it's needed most to help you crouch, kneel, bend, or crawl with ease. Rugged Flex pants give you a maximum mobility advantage every time you put them on. Find the largest selection of Carhartt Rugged Flex at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations and online at jobsiteworkwear.ca.
Job site workwear, tough for tough jobs.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 934 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440. Ladislav Schmid has arrived in the building. Good morning, Laddie.
Good morning, Kevin. How you doing?
Good. You know, we were just talking about when the Duke was going to school at the U of A. I asked him what the easiest class he took, and he said paleontology. That's like when you watch Jurassic Park and the dinosaurs. And the guy just texted in and said, the Duke is as much of a paleontologist as Strudwick is as a doctor.
Dr. Jason Strudwick. I thought
people forget he was in pre-med.
I thought as much as stick handler on the ice. Sorry, Struddy.
Yeah. I mean, what did Struddy like? He really thought he was going to be a doctor someday.
Well,
did he ever talk about that with you, or?
Maybe he was hoping to be a gynecologist or something. He never talked to me about that.
Freelance.
I saw Struddy. This is like a few weeks ago, and he had Shauna, I think, or they were talking about Shauna and about something she did, and he had to throw it away.
He did, like around the house.
Well, she offered something of his to somebody in the house. I can't remember, and he compared it to if somebody would use his toothbrush or she would use his toothbrush, he would throw it away. I don't know what it was. If he is listening, he needs to text this in. Honestly, it was hilarious.
So it was like the Seinfeld episode with the toothbrush.
Yeah, man. Like it will come to me, or I have to ask him. It's gonna drive me nuts. But it was hilarious, man. He was going off on showing up.
Oh boy. Well, that's standard for him.
Yeah.
So last time we were here, we talked about, it was Tuesday because it was last Tuesday.
Yeah.
And it was still Colorado. And everyone was like, Colorado, well, they're going to beat Vegas, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know.
I was actually mad. I was cheering for Colorado.
Yeah.
I was mad. Then I was mad at myself that I guess I don't understand hockey, but sometimes hockey has no logic.
Well, that's true. And now even look at game one here.
Yeah. Like, I'm obviously cheering for Carolina. Well, yeah.
Because of Halsey, right?
Because of Halsey.
Yeah.
But we have Tomas Hertl is on Vegas, and then, Tomas Hertl and like kind of like Marner too. I don't know why. Like I want him to decide, but gonna stop right now. Carolina. I want Carolina to win because of Halsey. But you just see Vegas. They have no quit in them. Goalie is going. Like they're playing heavy play of hockey, and they've won it before.
But don't you expect Carolina to have that answer?
First line needs to wake up.
Yeah.
That's I think Rod Brind'Amour had that kind of calling them out.
Mm-hmm.
They need first line. If they won't have first line, there's no chance because Vegas is going.
Well, think about how, if you were to say before game one, so Stahl's line went up against the Eichel line. Stahl's line had 3 goals.
I know.
Ehlers had 2 and Stahl
had 1. Yeah.
So
they did their job.
They did their job and then some, and you still lost. Like that's a concern for me.
It's a concern. Like I don't want to blame Freddie in that like tough goals, but still 5 goals. Carter Hart 4 too, but
it was just one of those nights.
Yeah,
they had 9 goals on 52 shots.
I know.
And for a Stanley Cup final, there was only 60 hits.
Yeah,
between the two teams.
I think they're feeling it out. Like I think I don't know if Carolina can play as physical as Vegas. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
They're just lighter than them. When you compare the two teams, I was thinking about it. Goalies, like Carter Hart is hot right now. Freddie cooled off a little bit, in my opinion. If you compare the top 4 defensemen on both sides, I would give the edge to Vegas, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
slightly. And forward group,
I think it's a very close match.
very
series,
very
you
close.
know.
I just think Vegas has a higher ceiling when it comes to forwards. Like the top guys can like if you compare the top sentiments like Eichel and Aho, I would give the edge to Eichel.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair. They have Marner. Do they have somebody like Marner? I don't know. Like if Svechnikov or Jarvis or Ehlers, well, Ehlers is doing his job, but Svechnikov,
you're also thinking of that second line in Carolina, which has been their best line all.
they,
right?
they have been great, but on the paper, like they have Dorofeyev, they have now Howden. Like
He's leading the goals in playoffs.
It's like mind blowing. So like, it's pretty close, but the edge goes to Vegas. If I'm just on the paper, but when it comes to system and we know how Carolina can play, if all four lines can play the same way for 60 minutes, I would give the edge to Carolina overall. But
yeah,
I guess
it's a close series.
it is close, but that fifth goal, Hertl's goal.
Let's talk about that.
It just showed that the size and strength in the
Hurdle.
playoffs matters.
Hurdle.
Hurdle, but even like Ghost, Gottesberg.
Yeah, Gottesberg. Yeah.
Gottesberg.
So he's behind the net and he's got Hurdle. So,
He lost the battle 3 times behind the net. Then he was like behind him like a flag. And then the final one when Hurdle opens up and
the pass from Sissons,
that was sick.
Oh, yeah.
That was sick. But again, he was behind him instead of kind of he lost the battle. So just retrieve to the middle, cut his angle, and he needs to worst thing that's gonna happen, he's gonna cut back and go back in the corner. But he was like chasing him behind, and then he lost the body position, and it's a goal. But that's just Vegas. If the series gonna go 6-7 games, I would give the edge to Vegas. And I know Carolina didn't have as many games as Vegas, but Vegas can play that heavy possession game in their zone, and I don't know if Carolina is strong enough to defend them for longer periods of time in their own zone.
Right. Ladislav Schmid with us in the Sports 1440 studios here at West Edmonton Mall. So we discussed this yesterday with Schlemmer about that fifth goal too, and I want to get your thoughts. And I know it's going to probably be about the same because of the style of defending by Carolina, which is man on man compared to Vegas, more zone.
Yeah.
So at that point, Gottesberg in his line yesterday, I don't know if you saw it, Laddie, but he said, yeah, I took a breather for a split second, and the next thing you know, the puck was in the back of the net. As you said, it happened a couple times on the play. So my question to you is, at what point, when you're the other guys on the ice, do you recognize that in a man-on-man situation that your teammate might be in a little bit of trouble, and you got to go,
You have to back off, and you have to bail him out. It's hard. Man, it's hard. I'm not a huge fan of man-on-man coverage. I like to build layers. So you have a layers of protection, right? Zone. But if I go man-to-man, when I played, especially in Czech, when I could be more offensive, not here, I love man-on-man coverage because as soon as somebody loses their battle, it's an odd man situation. And sometimes if you don't pay attention, the other guys, if they're too focused on their guys, there's nobody saving you. But Carolina is like, they have been pretty good at it. But this is what I'm talking about. If you're going to spend a longer period of time in your zone and you're tired and you're still trying to kill plays as a man-on-man coverage and you lose the battle, there's nobody saving you. And that's what happened on the fifth goal.
Right.
I'm a big believer in building layers. Like you need protection behind you and protect the most important
danger part.
And that's a slot and a middle. Right.
So that's
Vegas is doing an excellent job at that.
Yeah. Halsey came in late because he's sort of recognizing that Gottesberg is in trouble.
Yeah.
I looked at Jackson Blake on the play, and I'm not sure what he was. He's kind of out in no man's land.
Exactly.
Because he's looking at Stone. Because if he leaves Stone, then Hurdle's probably passing
it to Stone, and it's a chance too.
And Nikishkin actually plays it pretty well.
But that's just I don't blame anybody else. Like if it's a man-on-man coverage, it's like really that's on you, unfortunately. And that was like it shows a lot. Like it showed on the TV that it was Ghost's kind of mistake. But for me, that was like an easy fix. Like, I know you're tired towards the end of the game. Like, it plays all into it. But if you just lose that battle behind the net, and still the cycle is in the corner, so just cut the angle and come meet him. And like all he has, you protect the middle, and all he's gonna do is cut back or pass it to the D-man.
Yeah, his angle is, if his angle's a little bit better, there's probably no goal.
No goal, yeah. But it's easy to say it now. You know, like it's so fast. You're tired.
Did you hear Halsey's? He had an interview and he was asked about, being in Carolina, and he said, Taylor Hall, he said, when I got here, I wasn't in good enough shape. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I
to
heard
play that system.
The Carolina, like, if you look at their system, it's that team is in the best shape of, like, I'm guessing, of any team. More guys saying it, but that's what makes them so good, because they are up on the forecheck. D-men are always close. They're gapping up constantly, and it's all about skating. So you have to be in a good shape. But now you see Halsey is the right fit there. Obviously, he got in shape. Obviously, he got in shape.
Schlemmer said yesterday, because he's friends with Jordan Martinook.
Yeah.
And Marty would come back here in the summer and they would train a little bit, and he would do stuff that Schlemmer's, I'm not even trying that, like on the bikes and all this stuff.
Yeah.
He said, that's crazy. So that's how much, they work at it.
Well, if you have a head coach who is in better shape than half of the team, like you're trying to keep up with him.
Like in the COVID, when they were here in 2021, did I tell you?
The
football story?
The shirt off.
Yeah.
Like, his picture just it's ripped. It's 50 something. No, like just ripped. No, I respect Rod Brindamore. He was a beast as a player. He's a beast as a coach. Great shape. Like, you want somebody like that coaching you, seriously.
Yeah.
I love that.
So here we go, game number 2. What kind of response do you think we're going to see by? Well, I mean, Carolina's going to have the pushback, and they had the start they wanted. They couldn't have got a better start.
First period was excellent. Ehlers 2 goals. They played great. But no panic whatsoever from Vegas. Like, Carolina needs to do they have to have the same start they had. Like, I'm not saying they're gonna score 2 goals, but like high tempo, high energy. Just fix a few things, and then Freddie needs to make some extra saves. But like, the game was close. Like, it's
under 5 minutes.
Exactly, it's Stanley Cup final. Like, it's 2 really good teams. I really want Carolina to win it, but I just that internal feeling that the Vegas gonna be tough to beat, because they are just that team to build for playoffs, man. I have that kind of feeling in me.
Were you watching the game when they had the TV timeout and Tortorella said his thing? When
he was calming them down? Just
let's be patient,
and it's gonna come. Yeah, that's it, dude. He's well experienced coach. He's a good coach.
As I said yesterday, all the players knew that, but someone had to say it.
Say it, exactly. And that's important.
And that's the timing.
Yeah, that's the timing, and he was right. And they claw back up.
How about the defense for the Vegas Golden Knights? I mean, you look at Theodore on that first goal, right? And then how
he laughed it off.
He was 59 minutes and 30 seconds of top-notch hockey after that.
Yeah. That's just the best players can forget all about it and just like nothing happened and play their game. Honestly, Shea Theodore is showing that he's one of the best in the business. He is. Pietrangelo left, obviously, with a huge hole. Somebody had to fill it, and he's the guy. And he's doing an excellent job there in the Stanley Cup Finals. He's their number 1 defenseman. The top 4 is...
Well, Braden McNabb's playing probably his best hockey.
His best hockey. Yeah. He had 3 apples, but that's not his job. But he's just big, strong, mean, playing great. Rasmus Anderson, great. Hannafin, great. Like I said, comparing their top 4 against Carolina's top 4, I would give the edge to Vegas.
We're going to bust this down a lot at 10 o'clock with Ryan Clark, NHL on ESPN. From the text line, the Real Duke says, question for Laddie, comment about Patrick Elias and the team leading Czechia hockey.
Yeah, he's gonna be a new GM for the men's national team. Patrick
Is
Elias.
that a more than a 1 year? Is it a commitment for longer?
I think 2 years. I think the whole coaching staff just signed 2-year deal. I believe Patrick's gonna be with them for next 2 years as well. Obviously, one of the biggest names.
Yeah,
he's got a good relationship with guys from the NHL. So if he's gonna call you, he's not gonna brush it off. So yeah, I'm glad that more former players are getting involved in Czech hockey and
and he's lived over there for a long time.
Yeah, and he lives in Prague now. He's
Okay.
involved in one of the teams as a consultant or advisor, something like that. And sometimes I heard he goes on ice. Sometimes does some skills.
Okay.
But no, it's he's still gonna be doing that, but he's gonna help out with the national team as well.
Where's Peter Sikora?
I have no idea, man.
Huh.
Fell off the face of
Because he
the earth.
was here.
I know. I don't know if he lives in Czech or somewhere warm. Siki always like the nice cars and warm weather, but I don't know. I have to ask. I'll ask
Find
around.
that out. I always I remember when I interviewed Hemmer Alashemsky, and Hemmer would be pretty young yet because they brought Sikora in to kind of help him along. I don't know.
No. Siki came when I came.
Yeah.
Well, we were still young.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
20. Hammer was 23.
Okay, still young.
Yeah,
okay,
still
maybe
young.
he was here to help you too. I don't know. But anyway, because I did an interview with Hemmer, and you know how
laid back he is.
No, Hemmer's laid back, but even back then, he was trying to get English going and whatever else. And I just said, "What about Peter Sikora?" And he looked at me. He just said, "Oh, he could score the goal." That's all he said.
Siki in the slot area, he was quick, but my God, that guy was crazy about his sticks.
What do you mean?
Like he could have opened a wood shop. They would deliver his sticks, and it took him an hour to adjust the blade the way he wanted, like shaving it and
Really?
filing it. Oh my God, it was a process. First time I saw it was in Anaheim because I was drafted to Anaheim and he was there. It was the first time I came across.
What kind of stick are we talking about?
I have
back
no
then?
idea what he had. I have no idea what he was playing with, but it had like a big blade. He was always filing it and like doing stuff with it. I'm like, just hours spending on his stick.
You just take him out of the box and whatever,
well,
right?
off the glass out, it's not very hard. Like, give me a tree branch and I'll do it.
Oh, but man, the sticks. We were just talking earlier too. About the sticks being different now. And
Oh, I see. They suck, man. They're too light for me.
too light and too whippy.
Yeah.
Or what flex do you?
105.
105.
Yeah. It's like a
And that's
tree.
when you gun those slap shots.
Yeah,
that-
I cannot shoot. My wrist shot sucks.
Yeah.
It's just all slap shots.
How about if you have too much flex on your stick? Do you see the passing off on players?
Sometimes, but like some guys can use it pretty good. Like I didn't like the whippiness even with stick handling or like receiving passes, but too stiff, it hurts your wrist and your elbows too. But Sheldon Surrey, man,
What was
that
his,
guy,
130?
130, I think it was like 125, 130. Like I couldn't bend it, and he would take a new stick every day, basically, because he thought it was too whippy. I was like,
He
"Dude."
lost his whip.
Yeah.
Or
And you know how hard his shot was.
oh yeah.
So I was trying to bend it like after like one game of use, and he's like, "Oh, it's too whippy." So I tried it, and I couldn't bend it. I was like, "What are you talking about here? It's not whippy at all." He's like, "You're weak. You're weak." He was big human being, and just strong.
And he was a big guy.
Oh yeah, he was a big guy, and it's like hard shot, and he was going high.
Yeah. Oh, it
And
was always
the Dustin Penner, poor guy, in front of the net. McD is like, "Pants, what are you doing?" He's like, "Mac, do you see this? It's crazy." Like, and I was killing penalties. I like in a practice, and Penner was like standing in front of the net. But when Shelley wind up and he wasn't taking anything off even in practice, I would be like standing next to the net, and Pence was trying to hide there too, and McD was calling him out. Like, "You gotta be in front of the net. Otherwise, the goalie sees the puck, he's gonna save it." He's like, it's going by my ear every single time. I'm not standing there and getting my face blown up. Oh, it was dangerous.
Yeah. I first met Sheldon in New Jersey when he was with the Devils.
He was drafted there, no?
Yeah, he wasn't even playing. He wasn't good enough to be on the defense at that time.
I talked to him about it, and I heard this story. But yeah, I remember he was drafted to New Jersey.
Yeah. He was 7th or 8th defenseman. Yeah.
Did he go to Montreal?
I think so, yeah. Right after that. But
And he was I like Shelley a lot.
Oh,
He's a
yeah.
great guy. He was mean and tough too.
Yeah.
Oof. He had some good tilt.
Went to Montreal and then here.
Yeah.
And then finished in Dallas and Anaheim. But,
He was in Anaheim too?
He finished his career in Anaheim. 758 games, 1,145 PIMs. 3rd round draft pick of the Devils. Yeah. Hey, it's his birthday. 50 years old coming up.
When?
July the 13th.
July 13th?
July 13th, he'll be 50 big ones.
I'm going to have to text him.
Yeah. When we come back, we'll get to Ryan Clark, the NHL on ESPN. We'll tee up tonight's game number 2 of the Stanley Cup final. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update. Brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand, high-quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game 2 of the NHL Stanley Cup final go tonight from Raleigh, North Carolina. Vegas Golden Knights touting a 1-0 series lead in the best of 7. Puck drop scheduled for just after 6 o'clock. CFL season kicking off tonight in Hamilton with the Ticats hosting the Montreal Alouettes to open the 2026 campaign. Kickoff at 5:30 Mountain Time. And in the majors, lighter schedule today with several teams in transit. The Blue Jays wrap their set in Atlanta against the Braves. It'll be Ace Chris Sale going for Atlanta, while the Blue Jays will have another bullpen day. Mason Fluharty expected to open up. First pitch coming just after 5:15. You can catch that game right here on Sports 1440. Joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Gregor Show. Elsewhere, some matinee games, including the Phillies hosting the Padres, Orioles in Boston, Yankees play the Guardians in the Bronx, and then later on, Cubs host the Athletics, and the Dodgers wrap their set in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Edmonton Riverhawks also wrap up a series, this one in Victoria, before continuing the road trip over the weekend. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Ryan Clark from the NHL on ESPN, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, the Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This deal's only good till 6 o'clock tonight. We need your credit card to hold the color. Hold the color. Summer package. Winter package. And the ever-famous re-PDI fee. I gotta pay to rebuild the car? Does this sound familiar? At Northgate, we do things differently. We offer 0% financing, a great selection of new, pre-owned vehicles. So if you'd like to do business a different way, stop in and see us today. 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
When thirst strikes and your energy begins to fade, one hero rises above the rest. Introducing the Superpower Smoothie from Booster Juice. A bright sun-charged burst of mangoes, bananas, and blue spirulina. An out-of-this-world smoothie, just in time for the new Supergirl movie. Discover your power and channel your inner superhero. Fly into your local Booster Juice and experience it for yourself today. And see Supergirl. Only in theaters June 26th.
Looking for a solid 4x4 that checks all the boxes? The 2026 Jeep Compass is in stock now at St. Albert Dodge. And this is a great value, starting from just $36,900. It's a Jeep, so you've got 4x4 capability, plus features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, active lane management, a park view rear backup camera, and more. Over 30 in stock right now in just about every color you'd want. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
A huge thank you for making Sports 1440 the most listened to sports radio station in Edmonton. From Gregor to Karius to Low Tide, we've got in-depth analysis on all your favorite sports. We are Sports 1440.
Sharing. It's simple. It's what we were raised to do. But somewhere along the line, the world got bigger, colder, and the idea of sharing got lost. But not its surface. Because when you bank with us to reach your goals, we share our profits in cash, just for banking with us. From mortgages, investments, daily banking, and more, our profits circle back to you. Bank more, get more money back. Full Circle Banking, only at Service Credit Union.
Wendy's, get a 10-piece nugget small combo for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99 for 100% Canadian chicken, plus fries and a drink. That's just good nuggenomics. Only until June 14th. In restaurant at participating lounges. Taxes extra.
Can you hear me?
Cougar Creek Golf Resort is now open
Okay,
and in
thank you
great
so
condition.
much.
Experience our championship-length golf course, surrounded by trees and rolling terrain, and only minutes from Edmonton. Book a tee time today. Go to CougarCreekGolf.com and click on Golf.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10 o'clock in Edmonton time now for the game of the day. Brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where you can land a 2026 Jeep Compass 4x4 for under $37,000. It's got the 8.4-inch touchscreen, active lane management, Apple CarPlay, the remote keyless illuminated entry, the rear backup camera, and more. We've got 21 of them left in stock. Actually, 19 now at stalbertdodge.com as we welcome in Ryan Clark, NHL on ESPN. Good morning, Ryan. You're with Kevin Karius and the former NHLer Ladislav Schmid. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning on a game day. Really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Thank you so much for having me on.
What have you made of the Stanley Cup final after you saw the first game, Ryan, where she was a seesaw affair? Could have been anyone's game, but Vegas was just a little bit better than Carolina. What did you think of game number one?
The joke that we had when we did grades was if there was a word for that game, it would be bizarre, because you think about what Carolina and Vegas have done to this point. They have put strangleholds on teams in the conference finals as well as just different rounds of the playoffs. So to see a game where, first of all, neither one of them could hold a lead for that long, they both gave up leads. You saw turnovers more for Carolina than Vegas. And then the fact that two teams that have been all about defense end up scoring a combined 9 goals. It's one of those, like, you knew it was going to be a close game. You knew it was going to be chaotic, maybe not to that level. So it seems like that's kind of the thought after game one, with the idea that you're expecting adjustments in game two, knowing full well we're probably going to see another close game tonight.
Yeah, Laddie.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan. After Colorado Vegas series, hockey's got no logic for me. It's crazy, but I enjoyed the first game. You know, like you said, I didn't expect that many goals, but sometimes that happens. I wouldn't blame either of the goalies that much. You know, maybe that two extra saves could be made on each side, but it wasn't really their fault. It's just thinking about the matchup. We talked about it with Kevin earlier. I was like, I'm cheering for Carolina, and I would give them the edge given the system they're playing. High tempo, a lot of skating. They're very aggressive on their forecheck. But looking at Vegas and looking at them in that game, it's like I just feel if the series gonna go game 6, game 7, I would give the edge to Vegas and the way they play, because they just play that heavy hockey that we've seen in previous years. Maybe from Florida and Vegas before Florida, kind of that it's gonna wear you out. And Carolina's playing man-on-man coverage in the D zone. It worked for them. But I don't know if it's sustainable against a heavy team like Vegas, because they did it to Colorado. They can penetrate the middle. They can create chances from the slot. They're just heavy on the puck, really strong. I think Carolina is going to be struggling with that if the series goes far, because I think the fatigue is gonna kick in, and I don't know if there's going to be an answer from Carolina's defense to to like those heavy bodies. And I'm not just saying they're just big and strong. They're also skilled. They can find those little loopholes in the slot area, and that they can make you, they will make you pay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's look at the entirety of Vegas's Cup run. Run to the Cup real quick. I mean, they've had these games where they've gone down. They've had series when they've been down. They've had series when they've been tied. It wasn't really until the conference final where you saw them be able to build a 2-game series lead, 3-game, and then you sweep the team with the best record that people thought was the front runner going into this. And not saying that Carolina hasn't had challenges, but this was the second game the Hurricanes have lost all postseason, which tells you just how strong they've been. But to your point about the size, it's interesting because we had a story on this at ESPN. When the Avalanche were playing the Wild, if you look at the Avalanche's hits per game over the last 5 years since they won the Cup, they are no higher than 24th. And this year in the regular season, they were 31st out of 32 teams in hits per game. They just don't do it. But in the postseason, they more than doubled their average against the Wild. They were hitting more than 30 to 36 times a game. Whereas if you look at that series against Vegas, yes, Vegas was the more physical team, but it's also something else. And Josh Manson talked about this in the conference final. The Golden Knights are really good at getting in front of the puck. There have been games this postseason where the Golden Knights structure have had more blocked shots than Carter Hart has had saves. So when you look at the physical toll that they can take with just not only the size, how aggressively they check, not even just physically, but just forechecking, back checking, the way that they can block, their overall defensive structure, it's made them A, a difficult team, B, arguably the best team maybe at this point in the year, and C, arguably unlike anyone Carolina has seen to this point. Now, yes, Rod Brind'Amour is one of the longest senior coaches in the league. He knows how to make adjustments. It's a team that has one of the strongest defensive structures we've seen over the last decade. But seeing how they're able to counteract that could determine realistically not only game 2, but like you said, how this series goes. If it goes 6, if it goes 7, if it goes fewer, because you would think that this is going to be one of those series that goes at least 6, at least. But it all depends upon the adjustments Carolina can make, because as you said, Vegas has so many things going for it that it's hard to just pinpoint here's one reason or 2 reasons, or even 3 for that matter, what's allowed them to sustain this kind of success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ryan Clark, the NHL on ESPN, our guest, Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you here on a game day, game number 2 of the Stanley Cup final. Carolina trailing Vegas 1-0. The top line for Carolina, when you're winning and not producing, you don't notice it as much. But when you don't win and not produce, it is really noticeable. How does this number 1 line for Carolina get it going here, Ryan?
It's not just the number 1 line, it's the number 2 line. And that's the thing is like Carolina, yes, you're getting the secondary and tertiary offense that you need, like we saw from frankly, the Stalls of the world. You saw Chatfield have some good assists as well. But in terms of what you do, it's sort of looking at maybe what Vegas did against Colorado and trying to find those openings. Because remember, one of the big narratives of the Colorado series was like, you built this team to have depth beyond that McKinnon line. And guys like Brock Nelson and, Vladis and Val Nichushkin, like they struggled at times in that series. And so if you're the Carolina Hurricanes, you want to be able to stick to your identity, which is even if you're not scoring, you're making these defensive contributions. And there are times in game 1 where Sebastian Aho, like there was this one instance, believe it was Pavel Dorofeyev that pickpocketed him in the slot, and it almost turned into the most dangerous of high danger chance, to be honest. And so if you're Carolina, if you can get that consistency in the defensive end, that's going to help with the idea that if you can find those openings, which you can find them against Vegas, it's about maximizing it to your potential with the idea that you need to hit on this, because if you don't, Vegas has 4 lines that can score and 60 that can all facilitate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think if the struggles keep continue, do you think Rod Brind'Amour will make lineup adjustments that he will? I wouldn't probably switch anything on the second line, but you could probably play with it with first and third line a little bit. Mm-hmm. Just maybe take one guy in, put the other guy. Yeah, I don't know. You don't want to
like maybe an Ehlers,
Ehlers for Svechnikov. Svechnikov or Jarvis, they haven't been producing that much. Aho too, but like obviously, I wouldn't probably switch Aho and Stahl. Mm-hmm. No.
What do you think of that, Ryan?
What do you think? Like, do you think they would be willing to make some adjustments like that?
It would make sense because, I mean, let's say hypothetically you go down 0-2 in this conversation. You now need to look at making some serious adjustments. And sorry to keep going back to the Colorado series, but that is something the Avalanche did after game 2. Like, they reshuffled some things, and it started off with them having a 3-0 lead. And it's this thought of, have the Avalanche figured it out? Well, long story short, they did not figure it out. That's why they're on the golf course right now. But if you're the Hurricanes, you're looking at making adjustments for really in terms of the first time all postseason, but B, because it's like you have to be able to find the matchups, because the last thing you want to do is look back at a series and wonder what could have been. Because yes, there's something to be said with having faith with who got you there, the system that got you there, even the combinations that got you there. But you are now at a point where there is nothing left after this. It's either a championship or it's disappointment. And Carolina has gone through plenty of that the last few years with Eastern Conference Finals exits. So yes, you would think that if tonight leads to the sort of game where they lose, and let's say it's a loss by more than 2 goals, or it's a loss where they didn't take advantage of maybe mistakes that Vegas made, then you would think changes are coming. If it's tied at 1, depending on how things go with the top 9, maybe they stick with it a little bit longer. But if they go down 0-2, then you would think, there's going to be some adjustments made if they're not made during game 2.
Why do you think, Ryan, that John Tortorella has pushed almost every right button here since he's arrived in Vegas?
He's a good coach.
The sarcastic answer I want to give is, if only there was a story coming out about this at ESPN in the next 48 hours. No, there is, but without giving too much away, it really goes back to something he said in the conference final, which is when he was in Philadelphia, he had to coach in a certain way where he was hands-on. Whereas if coming here, he knew instantaneously he had to give up that control. And you think about a coach saying that, like, being involved in control, that's what coaches do. Like, Lottie knows that better than anyone. Like, coaches, that's what they get paid a lot of money to do, is get involved. And with Tortorella, it was understanding this is the sort of group where he doesn't have to get involved, where they know what they are. They know what they're doing. It's about, yes, you sort of keep things in perspective and you have the guardrails when you absolutely need to, but it's about letting them play the style that they know is successful. It's about getting them to buy in under a new coach with a new voice, with a different personality. And that's just what it's been. It's like, it's been a refresh that when you talk to players, it seems like they were all in need of. But it's also someone who understands that, like, this group knows what it's doing. There are several players left over from the team that won the Stanley Cup. It's not saying they can't be coached. They absolutely can. But it's about him sort of implementing this trust and this belief that they have in what they're doing. But then it's these adjustments as well, because if you look at what they've been under Tortorella defensively, whether it's Tortorella or Bruce Cassidy, they've been one of the best teams in the league at shot suppression. They've been one of the best teams in the league at taking away high danger chances and scoring chances. The difference is, going into game 1, they were top 5 in team save percentage. At the end of the regular season, it was them and the Oilers who had the lowest team save percentage in 5-on-5 play in the NHL. And when you think about the different things that Tortorella has done, especially structurally with blocking shots, and the fact that they've learned to be so comfortable playing without the puck, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. It's not just one thing that the Golden Knights have done, and in this case, it's Tortorella and his assistants. It's multiple things. It's leaning on his assistants. It's leaning on his veterans. It's knowing what their structure is. It's knowing what their strengths are, and it's playing to those strengths in a way that every game you watch Vegas, it looks like they add another dimension to what they're doing.
Yeah, I would give a lot of credit to Torts. And like the one thing you said, that's great. And I don't know if the old Torts would be able to do it like 20 years ago, Torts, but now, like, because he's got so much experience. I heard his interview or somewhere, podcast or something. He said that I'm not here to change anything. I'm just guiding them, because I know this team is well experienced. They just need the guidance. So I'm not here to change too much. And the boys bought in, and I think they respected it. But I don't know if Torts would be able to do this 10, 15 years ago. But it's nice to see that he's evolving, you know, and like that's huge for me. So I would give him a lot of credit. And even after the first period, the video came out when he was calming the team down. Hey guys, it's be patient. lot of hockey ahead of us. It's gonna come. They're gonna climb back, and they did. So a lot of credit to that. I was always wondering how his coaching style is. I was always intrigued, and I respect Torts a lot. I think he's a very smart guy. I know guys who played for him. I know he can be very intense, very hard on
Absolutely,
players, and sometimes it only works for a certain period of time. But the one thing I always heard back from those players said that he cares. He's a great human being. He cares about his players.
He's
That's
getting more by giving less.
exactly.
as well.
Yeah. Enough about Torts.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk about Shea Theodore. We kind of discussed him with Kevin, and for me, Vegas, I thought they would be in trouble after losing Pietrangelo. Obviously, can't really replace him, but Shea Theodore, man, like wow. Like his performance so far this playoffs has been great. Obviously, he had a tough first shift last game, but then he laughed it off. He looks like he's playing with tons of swagger. 3-point game. For me, he's the best defenseman on the ice in this finals. And can you talk about him a little bit more for our listeners? What he's been able to accomplish so far this season for the.
Sure. There's two ways of looking at this. So the first is what you said about replacing Alex Pietrangelo. You're looking at how do you figure out how to replace a top pairing defenseman, but someone who is 6'4", shot, captaincy, future Hall of Famer. Let's be honest, like that's a hell of a hole to go sort of plug, and they've done it by committee. But what you've seen is this elevated play from someone like Shea Theodore, and it's everything that he does so well. It's the facilitation. It's the being in position. It's knowing when to stick check. It's knowing how to read off the forwards. It's knowing what to do when teams are in their zone and sort of, is this the time to do X? Is this the time to do Y? And it's his positioning. It's all these different things. But, it's something else too, and this is going a little bit big picture. The thing about this postseason is, yes, there's always going to be that classification of people who they watch the teams they watch, they follow the league. And there's going to be some people who, they may overlook certain players. And it's funny because it seems like Shea Theodore, and you could argue about the same point with Jacob Slavin, is they're these sort of defensemen because they're not putting up 80, 90 points, which again, it is wild to sit there and say out loud that their games might go under the radar. And when you look at everything Shea Theodore has done for the Golden Knights, you couldn't ask for really a better, not only play and post Pietrangelo, but be someone who really embodies what you want in the modern day defenseman, in that he can facilitate. He can be trusted to play in various situations. He can do everything that you want him to do. And yet it just seems like it shouldn't take the Cup Finals. It shouldn't take the Olympics for guys like this to get more notoriety, but they absolutely are. And yes, they've already won a cup with him, but if they win a second cup with him, it starts to make you wonder, will people look at him a lot differently? Because you look at the conversation around the Olympics and what that meant to things like legacies. And so let's take someone like Mark Stone, to go off topic real quick. If Mark Stone had won the gold medal, we're talking triple gold club. We're talking someone who okay, how do we look at his career? And was he one of the best wingers of his generation? You could argue maybe he is even without that, but that's sort of the thing about this time of the season with guys like Shea Theodore, is it goes beyond this, hey, he's a really good player. And you start getting into these conversations of where does he fit into the grand scheme? What does his legacy sort of look like? Which is wild to say, given he's still in his early 30s. But at the same time, you do it with the understanding of he is playing exceptionally well. He just happens to be playing in an era where Makar and Hughes and Werenski are putting up these ridiculous numbers, while someone like Matthew Schaefer, who is still only 18, we all look at him and think it's only a matter of time before that guy gets his hands on at least one Norris trophy. So it's one of those, it's a golden era for puck moving defensemen. It's a prime time to be a defenseman. It's a time to get paid being a defenseman. The contracts are clear at that, but because of that, some people get overlooked, and you kind of wonder if Shea Theodore's in that conversation of being overlooked at times.
Oh, hey, Ryan, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Enjoy game number 2 and the rest of the Stanley Cup final. Take care, and we'll talk soon. Thanks for
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks for having me.
Ryan Clark, NHL on ESPN. The game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, you can get behind the wheel of a Jeep Compass 4x4 for under $37,000. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com.
I like his energy, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's fired up. Hey, we talked about it yesterday with Cale Makar because he's starting July 1. He can negotiate his next deal.
Oh,
he's got one more year left at $9 million.
Yeah.
So
what a steal.
Yeah. Okay, but I threw this out yesterday. I said, depending on term and everything else, like it's not crazy to say that he could double his contract, and it might be a little hot. Okay, but Kaprizov's at 17.
Oh yeah, like yes, but are they still? Is he still trying to win, or
I don't know. I'm just telling. I mean, I'm throwing that out there.
Yeah, I don't see him signing 18.
Okay, I said that's a little hot, but
Yeah,
so
yeah.
17 is what the
I'd say he would, like, if he's trying to win, he's gonna be around what? What is McKinnon?
he's 12.6 or something like
So I'm
that.
gonna say 12 and a half, 13.
He's making more. No, this is the first time. Colorado wouldn't go over McKinnon's number for Rantanen. They have to go over this number for Makar.
So let's say 15.
15?
15. I'd say.
So he could do an 8-year at 15 if he wanted to.
Yeah. I think that would be fair because, like, right now and it's crazy to say he's on a discount at $9 million.
Sure he is.
But they had everybody on a discount. McKinnon was on discount.
He was, yeah.
Landeskog was on discount.
Nate just comes in now next year at 11.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
The cap is going up. So, like,
Right.
he needs to get paid, but how much money do you need? Right? Like, he's like, I don't know him personally. He seems
He'll
like
be
a
28-year-old defenseman when he negotiates.
So he's in like absolute prime. He's winning Norris trophies left and right, even though he didn't this year, but like he will win probably
We're
a
going
few
to talk
more.
about that in 10 o'clock segment about Bush not being on 46 ballots. You couldn't believe it either.
But he ended up like 4th or 5th, no?
Who, Bush?
What was he?
Bush was 4th.
Yeah,
but he
there you
wasn't in
go.
the finalists, right? So when they announced the finalists, he wasn't one of those 3.
Yeah, like
So they knew the
you know how hard I can be on him.
Yeah.
But this was the year that he probably deserved to be top 3.
Absolutely, but
I
as
I wouldn't have him. Like, I don't base winning the Norris Trophy on numbers.
as
Sorry.
much as he could have
It's
been
a full picture.
I get it. As much as he could have been top 3, laddie, it's inexcusable
Yeah,
that he
it's-
was not on the ballot of 46.
What does it tell you?
Well, they don't know what they're looking at, and they're not watching.
Exactly. Exactly. Some people who have those votes shouldn't have those votes.
That's right. When we come back, we're going to go in or out with Ladislav Schmid, Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Wondering what you can afford? Let Go Auto do the math with our free car loan calculator. No pressure, no awkward convos, just quick answers on your budget and payments. Bad credit? No credit? We got you. Text check to 780-777-7777. That's check to 780 all 7. Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Did you know there are actually 3 seasons we experience in June? Spring, summer, and construction season. And while roads may be narrowed and detours are everywhere, GS construction crews are on site every day doing the work because the city doesn't stop, and neither do we. As we build and upgrade infrastructure, life continues around us. That's why we never lose sight of what matters most, making sure everyone, including our team, returns home safely at the end of the day. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Okay, new strategy. I'll just live in the freezer till October. It's spacious in here. It's spacious.
There's a better way to survive the coming AC season. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. We offer convenient financing options and fast appointments so you can enjoy your entire home, not just the freezer.
Now I can leave the frozen peas where they belong.
Book now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
The longest-running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. The goal of every one of the thousands of hair restoration procedures I've performed is a full, natural-looking head of hair. I work directly with my patients for the consultation, the procedure, and the follow-up, so we can achieve the best results possible. When people see what we accomplish, I don't want them to think,
Wow, great hair transplant.
I want them to think,
Wow, great hair.
Go to drvanceelliott.com and contact us today.
Hey there, it's Brandon Douglas from Sports 1440. I was tired of slow, unreliable internet connections, so I signed up for Starlink. It's fast, reliable even in bad weather, and has made streaming for movie nights and online gaming so much better. The summer doesn't mean a break from watching sports, and I've been streaming all the games seamlessly when at the family farm, despite the remote location. If you're ready for a better internet experience, you can order online in 2 minutes at starlink.com/radio or call 1-888-GO-STARLINK.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:26 in Edmonton time now for In or Out. Brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast AC service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, installs with flexible financing. Book your appointment right now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Dick, Letterbuck, and I sort of cut your grass with Ryan Clark.
Well, we can dive into it a little bit more here, I suppose. Game 2 is Stanley Cup final going tonight from beautiful Raleigh, North Carolina. Hurricanes, it's been a discussion going into the series, and certainly even more so after Game 1 because they once again failed to produce. The Hurricanes in their top line, Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov, and Seth Jarvis. And this is a big if, I think, if Rod Brindamore and his coaching staff elect to juggle their line combinations to get that top group going as individuals rather than a collective, and this could happen after Game 2, halfway through Game 2, right? Well, there's tons of possibilities here.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best move and maybe the most logical is the simple swap of the left wingers, Nick Ehlers elevated and Andrei Svechnikov down to play with Jordan Stahl and Jordan.
Yeah, go ahead, laddie. We kind of.
I would be in on it. Obviously, you don't want to. Ehlers has been going. Like he's been pretty good, and you don't want to mess it up, but you need, if it works, maybe if it works, you have now 3 lines going, like really good, like offensively. I mean, so I would be in on it. I don't think that top line hasn't been really good against Montreal either.
No.
No,
well, even all playoffs.
All playoffs, man. Like so,
they have 8, 7, and 7 points each.
And if you're winning, it's fine. It's hidden. But now, like you're at the highest stage, and if you're not winning, and it was pretty glaring that they're struggling in a Game 1, they cannot generate much. I would do it, man. Like I would do it even during the Game 2.
I threw this out yesterday too. I don't think I would do it, but we're just trying to get this first line going. That's the topic here. And I threw it out yesterday. Even though the Stahl line was better head-to-head against the Eichel line, would you ever go, if you're Rod Brind'Amour, and go, I'm going to go best on best? I'm going to go Aho line against Eichel at times, just to see what they do.
I wouldn't do it yet, but it would be in my back pocket.
Yeah.
But I would have it in my back pocket, but not yet.
Mm-hmm.
I would give them one more game or at least half of the game. But if there's a struggle, I would make adjustments.
Well, it might be different when they get to Vegas too. We'll see on that.
Yeah.
Now, the difference too that I said about this line changing yesterday, I'm starting the same way.
Yeah.
But if things don't go, then maybe we're making a switch halfway through or something like that.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And I just like the reason that I kind of, and it's easy to say because they're both on the left side, but I know Jarvis can play all three positions.
I was just saying maybe Jarvis
and Ehlers can play the off wing. I'm pretty sure as well. He's done that plenty, both in Winnipeg and probably at times in Carolina, without fact checking myself on it. But I just really think that of the three guys, Svechnikov has been the worst. It just like seems really, and this goes back to the Montreal series and even prior to, like, just like out of sync with the other two guys, and like where you expect each other to be, like on drop passes and putting the puck in open space. They're not there, and it's resulted in turnovers inside the offensive zone, puck going the other way, and it's also at the time of promotion for Ehlers because he has been playing so well. He plays with so much pace and speed, and can that bring the best out of your other two top offensive guys, which obviously are Jarvis and Aho. So there's plenty of things. I just still don't think you touch the second line. I think you're leaving that as is regardless, even if in game one they weren't as good as we saw them previously, but I thought they were still certainly the team's second best line after the third group. So we'll see how things shake out tonight, and that's where we'll go for topic number 2, which is a simple game day prediction for it. Tighter checking is what I'm expecting here. These were the 2 lowest goals against per game of the playoffs coming into the series. It was exciting in game number 1. I don't expect another 5-4 matchup. In fact, I don't even expect a 4-3 matchup. The current goal total is set at 6 on the sports books. I'm taking the under.
Hey, oh, really?
I'm in on it. I think it might be like 3-2. Like I was thinking about it. How many shots?
There was 52 shots, 9 goals.
Which is not a
correct on that.
Which is not a crazy
52 shots, 9
crazy
goals.
Number. 52 shots.
No.
For both teams. So I think I said it before. I think there could have been made. 2 or 3 saves could have been made on each side.
So you think both goalies will be better?
I think so.
Defense tightens up.
I think we'll see how much Carolina can tighten their man on man
you
coverage.
got to go for a 3-2 game here, Duke. Correct?
Yeah. I'm in on it.
I'll be out.
Yeah.
I'll say there's.
Of course,
an empty netter.
you know why he's out? Because
Why?
I'm in.
No.
That's the only reason. Because then he wants to text me at night. Oh, I was right. Or I know it. I know him now.
Yeah, I'll go a 4-2 or Duke.
4-2.
Empty
So you get
netter.
the push.
Empty netter.
You're taking the push.
Well, it says the question is under 6 goals. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
if
not.
you were actually laying something on this and you took the line, it's 6. If 4-2, you'd get a push.
You know, I'm only sprinkling.
I cannot
Yeah,
swear
you
on the radio.
only sprinkle cheap fertilizer.
Cheap manure, not
2
this.
words come to my mind when what he just said for the push, and it's both are swear words. So I cannot say it.
Elsewhere around the NHL, the Montreal Canadiens, their season not yet even a week over, but plenty of speculation. They've got a lot of unrestricted free agents, some RFAs they've got to get taken care of, and the speculation around longtime habit Brendan Gallagher is at the top of the table. He himself essentially saying his time with the team and the organization is over. He's 34 years old, an expiring deal going into the final of the current contract. Year removed from scoring 21 goals, just 7 this past season, however. Plays gritty, hard-nosed hockey, and is a Western Canadian kid.
Local,
born in Edmonton, of course, growing up out in BC and playing for the Vancouver Giants in junior hockey. Despite all this, and I'm talking even if the Habs hold back half the money, they get creative, I just don't envision him as an off-season target for the Edmonton Oilers.
So 50% salary retention.
It would be like 3 something.
Yeah.
3-2.
I think
He's 6.5 now.
6.5. Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
So
so
3.25.
No.
I just, you know what? He's a
34 injuries. And
well, I mean, the last 3 years though, laddie, 77 games, 82, 77. That's pretty damn good.
But this year?
This year, 77.
Oh, he had 77.
You know, but they just didn't feel he was doing enough this year to play in the playoffs.
Is it on him or the coaching staff? Well, sometimes you don't, like
But out of
you
all-
view the player a certain way. As
Out
a
of all the things, like, so when you're down 3-1 and you need a spark, this is the guy that you want in, because if you see all the stuff that the Habs,
I believe
Yeah.
he should have been playing. Like, in my opinion,
I think the last game, you want that spark. Every player's glowing things
Yeah.
about him.
Oh man, like
I'm not
like,
saying he should have
the-
been playing every game, but
like I don't get me wrong. Like, I just don't see him on the Oilers. But I think this was dealt with the wrong way. Like, I feel like exactly what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like if you're struggling, your lack of energy, guys are getting tired. It's a one guy, and this guy can inject energy, and like you have him in the locker room. He's been there for 14 years, or like something like that, 13 years. Like,
so his
it would
agent, the Canadians have given his agent.
I heard. I read it yesterday. Most like he's Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
Is that too? I just don't see him. I don't see him on the Oilers, man. I don't know.
I'm going to be out on this one. I mean, the buyout is going to. It's not an easy buyout, right?
You're in.
You're
because
in.
I'm out.
Oh,
you're
in.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, I'm saying Oilers should not be.
Oh, I'm saying no. Yeah, I'm
I'm
so
in on this one.
The Oilers should not be targeting him.
yeah.
They've had enough with guys that are older here already.
And that's part of it. And also, I just like, because this is a name that let's be frank, we get to interact with Oilers fans on a day-to-day basis on the text line. They will look at this guy and say, if he at half price 1 year, it is a name that people will be attracted to because of his experience, because of his leadership, because of all these things, that some of the intangibles that he brings are things I think the Oilers need as a group. But at this stage, can he bring them enough? Like, are you putting him in the lineup for the sake of putting him in the lineup? Or has he actually still earned the night-to-night playing opportunity that, for example, the other most recent example, Corey Perry was when he was playing.
The guys that you're asking, all of the things that you're asking to do are $1 million players now on this team and many other teams across the league.
Yeah.
You can't pay 3.25 for guys like that anymore. Doesn't work.
Out in Buffalo, the NHL's draft combine is underway. We get to see all the physical testing, but I think the bigger stories usually from this week now come from the meetings. They take guys out for dinner. They're getting to know them a little bit, quizzing them, laying the putting the grills to them on how they respond to situations. And as a result, they're doing physical testing that has nothing to do with the game. The game is played on ice, on skates. None of the drills they do are out on skates or on ice. It's all just simple things that you can do when you meet the guy for 10 minutes on the draft day. And like, we know we talked about with Spec kind of jokingly, the story about Sam Bennett not being able to do a chin up. And what was the other? Middlestat, I think, right?
Casey
too.
Middlestat.
They've both turned out to be pretty fine NHL players. So I'm just saying the actual standardized physical testing that goes hand in hand with the combine at the NHL, it is totally pointless. Do away with it and the event purely as a meeting or interview format weekend.
I'm so in on this one. Like, just even listening to Gavin McKenna saying right now that he is training his ass off 5 days a week, skating 3 times a week, leading into the combine. I don't want that.
I went through it. Something about like seeing the kids under the pressure, how they react, because everybody's watching them. I like that part, but I also agree with what you doing there. It's got nothing to do with hockey.
Pressure of the testing, you mean?
Yeah. It plays into it.
See, I want the pressure of, like, if you were doing on ice testing.
Yeah, well, I would do something. Like, I'm not saying necessarily this is the right test. It's got nothing to do with it.
When you're jumping up and getting, what's it called, Duke? The
vertical jump.
Vertical jump.
Yeah, when you hit the things and go around. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, teams do it still.
I understand, but what is that? Oh,
Well,
this
it
guy
show-
just
it-
had
it
an
show-
amazing
it-
vertical in his sneakers.
No, but they don't do this one. They have these desks now or whatever platforms.
And you jump.
And it measures how much
Explosion?
explosion you have in
Yeah.
your legs.
Wow, I don't know.
I'm all about training, so like I'm okay with the right testing though. I see it all the time. These dumb tests. I would do everything on the ice. Seriously.
Yeah, I think guys.
I
I
would
think
do
there's too much training, laddie. Now, I do.
Well, that's why you have better NHL because guys are in a great shape and they can push and like training is part of it, man. That's why the league is getting better. But I'm not saying I would just do different tests.
I think
not
it's
like
more.
that.
I'm out on the. I'm more of
Yeah.
the interview process. I would love for a player like, and everyone's saying, "Oh, so and so's taking so and so out for dinner."
Man,
I think this is
I'm sorry,
hilarious.
guys, but the interview is dumb too.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna get from the kid in
Well, they try
45
to-
minutes?
and they trap them with gotcha stuff and this and that.
Yeah,
but I would love
so
to
it's all
be
fake.
I'd love to be a player, and so everyone's saying, "Well, so and so's taking McKenna out for dinner, so he's got 3 dinner meetings or whatever." I would like to.
How
just,
much steak can you eat?
Oh, I would say, okay, I'll have a double Ryan Coke. Give me a beer and a chaser, and I'll have 3 dozen chicken wings, and see the look on everyone's face when you order it.
There you go. And just based on that, some teams, because they wouldn't get it, they would scratch you off the list.
Good, fine.
And listen,
I
if
don't know.
nothing else from the interview thing, sometimes you get the all-time great stories, like our friend Terry Ryan, the one about when he interviewed with Mike Milbury, and the story that is unrepeatable on our station about what he does when he's laid out at a party and has to get home to make curfew. And then the flip side of that, also, like he had a great one. I think it was with Esposito, who was running the Lightning at the time, because they were going to draft his teammate Damon Langkow. And he just says, like, yeah, we're not going to draft you, but what do you think about your teammate? And you kind of hear him talk about that a little bit. Like, there's lots of great stories that come out of the interview side of it down the line, much more so than, the story with Sam Bennett couldn't do a pull-up.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, it should change. So I'm in on this. I wouldn't completely take it away. I would just do it differently. Same with the interviews, I feel like.
Gruff just texted in and says, "Wasn't the ordering of Ryan Coke and chicken wings that kept Duke from getting drafted?"
Yeah, drafted to the Army, maybe. That'd be about the only draft I'd have a chance at.
Not with that knee.
Yeah, well, knee.
Is he still
plural?
suffering?
Oh, God.
Plural.
It
Both
is-
of them. Both of them.
Both of them now?
Well, no, my other one, it's fine, but there's like I don't have an ACL in it already. So
Well, now you're using it even more, so it hurts too. Eh?
it actually is. Yeah, I've noticed that
Every
the
day,
past
laddie.
couple-
Oh, my knee.
Oh, Kevin, grow up. I don't say a lick. I hobble in here. I'm actually moving pretty good right now.
Oh, I need to make assessment here. And no women still like feel bad for you enough to
The sympathy.
Well, no, when I tell them, they just kind of like I can see that their brow furrow and they're like, "What's wrong with you? Like, what a loser! You've hurt your knee playing slow pitch."
Wearing those tight jeans and everyone seeing the swelling. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Did you play the slow pitch in jeans?
No,
Okay.
I have, but no.
Oh, God.
Our game, like this back, it's spot duty.
Oh my God.
You're there just to watch. They're like, "Oh, we need a player." Like, well, this is all I have. I'm playing in my ropers and my jeans. It happens. Today is shopping cart day. We already know this is a well-versed topic on this show, going back to near its genesis about
Yes.
not returning your shopping cart to the pen, corral, whatever you want to call it, out in the parking lot. To not do that, I'll maintain. I don't care what anybody could say. It's egregious. It's almost inhuman to just leave it wandering aimlessly among the parking grids. But if you just like shove it and aimlessly roll it back into that little shack thing, instead of properly putting it in there, lining it up into the back of the row of carts that's already there, if you don't do that, I think that's almost, and I mean almost, just as bad.
It depends if you have $1 in it or not.
Well, yeah, good point, buddy.
So properly, you want the $1 back because you went for the next card. I have abandoned in my past some shopping carts. Costco.
Because you just don't want the $1.
No, Costco it's for free. I believe.
Yes.
Costco is for free. So, but it's the parking lot was too busy, and like I've done it before, but lately I have been trying to do my part, and I park it right back, and I slide it in. And I don't like people if they just leave it. But let me again, I was the person before.
But
I'm trying to do better.
People
Since
can change. People can change.
Exactly. I stopped
If I
drinking.
can change,
Hey guys,
you can
I
change.
stopped drinking. I cleaned up my life, and I put my cards back. My shopping cards back.
Yeah, the three
It
pillars.
was the drinking.
The three
It was
pillars
alcohol.
of turning your life
Yeah.
around.
Be nicer to people.
Oh.
Stop drinking and putting the shopping cart back.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Duke.
Do you put them back?
I do, and but you know what I have done, but I haven't done for a while. I try to play that game and try to, if you're say 30 yards away or 20 yards, and you push it and try to get it in like a curling shot. Maybe you can curl it in and then go up and finish the job.
Finish. I like that doing that too. If
Yeah.
I can, if you can
It's-
slip it in a
yeah.
hole.
and part of it is too.
Don't be disgusting, Kevin. Don't be disgusting.
because if everybody just aimlessly shoves them in, like then it fills up so much faster, and there's no room for the next people to put theirs in, right? Where if you properly stack them up, you can fit like 300 of them in there.
But the other thing that I hate is like when they create one long one, and there's the other one, and it's already sticking out into the parking lot. There's too
Still
lazy
pushing into that
to
one.
like walk in 10 more feet.
Because the guy that has it and puts it on the train to take him back in hasn't got there yet.
Yeah, 'cause he's probably busy chasing all the other deviants carts all around the lot.
Exactly. So like help him out.
Well,
so
remember 2.5 years ago, laddie, when Duke had a cart in the back of his truck and he was driving around town with it.
Come
You
up with
picked
this?
up with that.
Where do you come up with this
You
crap?
talked about it. You picked it up because you didn't want anyone. Come on now.
So
I'm putting it in the back of my truck.
Yeah.
This never happened.
You stole it?
No. What do I need a shopping cart for?
Well, I don't know.
No, if anything, like I will when I'm walking my own back and I see a stray one, I'll collect it and put it back in the pen with mine. Oh, where Kevin makes
You
this.
do?
Yeah, I'll pick the loose ones up.
Really?
If it's like on my way or I only need to take, like you said, a half dozen or dozen steps in either direction, yeah, sure, no problem.
Would you do it now with your bad knee?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't be able to do it now.
I don't believe it. Hey.
You guys underestimate me. And Kevin, you're just such a
I
phony liar.
Come on. Duke, I can't remember if I get confused. I'm like Uncle Leo.
You're
I
talking-
get confused with the shopping cart story and the other one that you brought up.
Them putting the flyers under my windshield.
Yeah, okay,
That
so
was
I
the
got
one
that
that really
confused, that's all.
grinded my gears.
So flyers under the window. I thought he was talking about the same
You
thing.
hate
I
the
don't-
flyers under your window?
Yeah, like I don't want this.
Where do you park that you get it?
Well,
At one time it happened here at the mall.
he likes the flyers when he goes to the hockey games and they send it for the entertainment clubs.
No,
I was just gonna say Vegas.
No, those
right
are-
now,
those
when
are-
you
those are-
pick up
those are
those
just par-
cars,
those
on
are
the
just
street-
parking tickets.
No,
when I'm at the hockey games.
Vegas, those cars with the
But
girls.
they,
on
they,
it.
hand, they hand them out to you when
Like,
you're out on the
please
strip.
put it under my windshield. Under my.
Forget your windshield. They just hand them to you when you're walking down the
Yeah.
strip. And then all of a sudden you've walked
So
back to your
those you
hotel.
don't mind, but
Well, it's
something
like-
for a good cause
No.
in the parking lot you mind.
If, for example, the only time I've been to Las Vegas, we had plans on going to one of those establishments on one of the nights.
Can you name? Was
I-
it a
I-
rhino,
I
was it a
honest-
rhino? One of them.
I genuinely, laddie, could not tell you which one we went to. I have no idea. I know it was very expensive, and I mean for everything.
I don't know.
How about this, laddie?
I can say anything about Vegas because it never happened.
Corey says the Duke should wander around parking lots with a shopping cart to offer it to attractive ladies to get their number.
That's a smart idea,
I mean,
but
that
he
that
might
seems kind of weird.
he might get arrested.
They think
Yes.
they'll just think I'm like a homeless guy.
I think so,
wandering around.
especially with your knee right now. It
Yeah,
kind of looks like
limping
that
along.
limping. What happened to him now? Collecting cards. Can you imagine? There's a creep. There's a creep in a parking lot.
He's got a leg brace on. Nails, his buddy, Duke's buddy says, laddie, you got to get on Duke's, help him out with a wingman, being a wingman. I think that's.
Talk
kind
to
of-
my wife. I don't know if she would feel comfortable with that.
I know. Well, but anything to help him out here.
I would.
I mean, you're leaving in July back to Czech here. You don't have a whole lot of time.
I know. But I
Tell-
just
tell you-
wonder if I could like get them off me and like pass them.
It would
on to
be
him.
it would be tough. It would be difficult.
That would be tough.
So difficult. That's
I would do it though. I
Sure.
would do it.
In or out brought to you by Pro Solutions. Check them out at prosolutionsinc.ca for AC air conditioning service. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Home ice advantage is real at the rink and on your windows. Novo Blinds is Edmonton's own custom manufacturer, trusted by customers around the city. Factory direct pricing with the fastest turnaround around. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
Air conditioning from Legacy Heating and Cooling is like a country love song because you always know exactly what you're getting. Cause girl, you're hotter than Tennessee, cooler than Legacy's AC, blowing that southern breeze over me. Wheat fields, cold beer, pickup trucks, John Deere. You see, Legacy is that predictable because Legacy always has AC in stock and will install it faster than a truck burning down a back road. Plus, no interest and no payments for 1 year. That's how you lasso your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right. Welcome back to the big program, 1052 in Edmonton home stretch. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick. A lot of texts about Duke's love life and the shopping carts coming in, laddie.
The potential sexual offender lawsuit for him collecting cars from attractive women in the parking lot. Can you like just run me through this process?
Well, I don't know. Like,
hi, lady.
Even Nail says it would probably be better with Laddie doing this than counting on Josh and maybe LT could help. Low tide. I don't know about that.
Oh no, that would be.
But maybe
another.
this is something to do this car shopping
In the
cart
summer,
thing.
shirts off, just collecting cards. I know I would get some looks. Let's be honest, Duke. I haven't seen you without the shirt, so I can't tell. Now, hey, you have a hurt knee, so now it's time to do upper body only.
There you go. Although, but then the cardio's tough.
You can do the machine, the arm machine. What is it called? You something
like a rowing machine?
No, it's just an arm thing on.
It's an arm thing. It's like you're spinning. It's
like an elliptical for your arms.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
You never seen it?
I don't think so.
Oh God, he's never been at the gym.
I knew that's exactly what you were going to
Oh
say.
God, I think is a UBM machine. I don't know.
Text 833-401-1440.
No, I'm mixing it.
King
up with
says
something.
he let out a shopping cart on the back of his truck on the highway one time at night, going 100K an hour. Well, why would you do that, King of Fort Nasty?
Oh yeah, Kevin, you never did stupid things that growing up in small town Saskatchewan.
I told
You already told a story about throwing all your beer bottles
Yeah.
at signs.
Threw them at the signs. I'll tell you what, I just got a text from old flute snoot Klinger, Ronnie Abel. He never hit one sign. Well, first of all, he would only be able to drink 2 beer in a sitting, so that only gave him 2 opportunities. But he never hit one sign in all the booze cruises that we did 40 plus years ago. He was pathetic at it. Absolutely pathetic.
Was he?
Oh, was like, but this Johnny Lay guy, laddie. So we were talking about, so that was a big thing when we were growing up. You'd go down all the little roads and you'd throw at signs like your beer bottles, empty beer bottles. One guy, Johnny Lay, was so good at it, he'd get mad. He would, while he was driving, he would go to the other side of the road, no traffic, of course, and then throw the bottles out with his left hand, he was left-handed, by the way. But he would hit many signs. You guys never did that in Czech, eh?
No.
You guys were going 180 down the Autobahn.
Yeah, we are responsible.
Yeah.
I've done some stupid stuff.
Well, we all have.
Yeah. That's how we have stories. Like people ask me, do you regret doing all that drinking and all the other stuff? I was like, yeah, when I was mean to people or like offended people. But on the other hand, like it happened. I have some of the memories are great memories.
Yeah,
they will last lifetime. Yeah. Now I know it was wrong, and I'm trying to do better. I'm responsible, but not all of the stuff was so bad.
No,
no.
And now you're going to help Duke out.
Yes, but that's hard, man.
You got.
If I would be drinking, I think I would have to start drinking again to be able to help Duke. To be honest, hey Duke, he's just
I don't know. I thought there was a point where you were constantly just trying to build me up, but now you're just tearing me down back to the
Who is?
No.
Oh, you're saying you wouldn't be able to help me unless you were drunk.
Yeah, well, nothing against you, but I think I work better when I'm like a little loose, but I don't want to get to that point.
Well, obviously
not. I think I was at times a lot of fun and pressuring people and
well, we know that first Connor Halley from this station. He before he worked in the biz, he just ran into you one night out at a bar and he said, yeah, you guys shared a couple pops. He said he was a great guy, had a lot of fun.
Yes.
So you're not here next week?
No, I am.
Oh, the week
after.
Okay, so you're here next week.
I'm in Czech hiking in the mountains.
Man. You got to get your own plane to go back and forth.
I know,
to
man.
Czech here, man.
Yeah, this is like the last. This is the last one.
Who wins tonight, Carolina or Vegas?
I'm gonna say Carolina wins.
3-2.
3-2 Carolina.
Okay.
What are you saying?
I'll say 4-2.
Who?
Well, because I want to win the thing for Duke there.
For
I'll
who?
say Carolina wins.
Carolina.
4-2.
What about you, Duke?
Yeah, I'll take Canes 3-1.
Ooh.
We have one more.
Josh. He does. He just cares about basketball. 4-1 Canes.
Everybody's got Carolina here. Nice.
Hey, have a great weekend, laddie.
You too, boys.
And
Always a pleasure.
We'll see you next Thursday.
Okay, have a good one.
That's Ladislav Schmid, our co-host on Thursdays. Yes, we had Michael Chan on. Not in the studio, but he was on. You like Michael, yeah? Yeah, new GM. Good guy, yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, he talked about the camp with Tri-City. Who, Michael Chan? Coming up at the top of the hour, it's Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Roshep T-Bird,
Connor Halley and the Duke of Delburne. 12 till 2, it's the Lowdown with Alan Mitchell. 2 to 6, the Jason Gregor Show. We'll join Blue Jays baseball in progress at around just after 6. They'll be into the third inning or so. Fox Sports All Night, we're back with you. The Duke will be here with Eddie Steele. I'll see you on Monday after going into the old Chopper Lopatinsky golf tournament tomorrow. Until then, time now for a Sports 1440 update. Brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies and Nisku Product Sales, Servicing, Calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding. That's awswelding.ca. Hey, thanks everyone for listening. Really appreciate all the unbelievable texts and the communication, the interaction. We could not do the show without you. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Duke and Eddie's got it tomorrow. We'll see you back here on Monday. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final going tonight from Raleigh, North Carolina. Hurricanes trail the Vegas Golden Knights 1-0 in the best of 7. Puck drop coming just after 6 o'clock Mountain Time. CFL 2026 season, kicking off tonight in Hamilton up against the Montreal Alouettes. 5:30 Mountain Time scheduled kickoff in the Hammer. And in the major leagues of baseball, just 9 games today total. Several teams in transit. The Blue Jays wrap up their set in Atlanta against the Braves. It'll be Atlanta's ace, Chris Sale, taking the hill, and Mason Fluharty expected to counter in another bullpen day for the Bluebirds. First pitch scheduled 5:15. You can catch that game right here on Sports 1440, joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Gregor Show. Elsewhere, Phillies and Padres set to get underway right after the top of the hour. Orioles are in Boston. Yankees close out their series against the Guardians in the Bronx. And the Dodgers continue their set against the D-backs in the evening's nightcap. Edmonton Riverhawks, they also wrap up a set, this one in Victoria, against the Harbor Cats tonight. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 up.